Come on.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was great, wasn't it?
Hey, man, variety is the spice of life.
I know. Say to spice it up. Sometimes could use. Sometimes I wish it was just mayonnaise, though. Might be a little easier. Oh
Uh,
my
oh,
god.
but yeah, to pick up where I left off, I bought an underperforming Lenovo, and I'm gonna jack that shit up to overperform because they can't stop me.
Yeah, there you go. God damn it, I just want fucking. Hey, blonde artist, you're first to return to the chat. Oh, yeah, man, I was think. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. Not a
You
problem.
okay?
Not a problem. Yeah, just minor issues. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
I don't like the autofocus of this camera because it's way too fucking slow. So I got to turn it off every time I restart the machine. You know, just one of those things.
The
Ugh,
machine.
I know the machine, man. It's fucking fucked up. Being an asshole, like fucking machines,
Oh,
dude. I don't
by
trust them. I don't trust them.
well, you shouldn't. They're machines.
Yeah.
Um, but but let me just say to everyone, happy midwinter, everyone. We all made it.
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah, we all made it. We all made it through that the longest night of the year. We made it through Christmas. Thank God. My
I
Christmas
I
actually wasn't
sur-
that bad this year. I didn't have like a
yeah.
major breakdown. It was nice.
I like to think of myself as slowly injecting my holiday spirit into your veins, microdosing it over small periods of
Well,
time.
like the thing that really helped this time was actually, I really don't know. Like maybe it's the new medication. That'd be the most obvious thing. It could be that. But it just somehow felt like the pressure had let up a little bit. Like actually significantly.
Hmm.
I didn't have to do anything.
Well, there you go.
I like we had some people over for the 21st because that was the day everyone could make it. I don't really
Right.
have to like I'm not obliged to visit family. Um
Yeah, you get to spend time with friends and chosen family.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
that
I
big.
haven't been like and the thing is I don't mind seeing my dad's side of the family at all. Like I actually kind of like it, but there was
But yeah,
but sometimes you just don't want to deal with the fact that it's Christmas and it's like Christmas this year gave me a break. You
mm.
know, I didn't have to deal with people being really obnoxious about it. Um, Christmas was like, like I don't know how to say it other than like it happened and it happened the way I feel like it should in a lean year.
Mm.
It's like no, it's a lean year. It's gonna be like a little more low key. No one has any money. So we're just gonna like the little money we can spend, we're gonna spend on like food. You
You see
know?
that I keep I keep saying this. I keep fucking saying this. The problem with everything is the fucking capitalism. Once no one has money and everyone's just doing basic shit, somehow we all have a better time.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
fucking.
Like it's
Oh,
like I didn't need to put. I think the other thing is I didn't need to put up no decorations this year. We put up the little tree and like that was it. And I am just sort of like, thank you.
except for except for my wreaths on the door, all of my decorating was internal this year. I'm just like, I put up my little tree, I put up garlands of holly and poinsettia and pine everywhere, and I lit Douglas fir scented candles, and that was the fucking thing. That was it.
Yeah, because if like it were me, if I felt like I really truly had control over the Christmas decorations, there'd be a
Black streamers everywhere.
gigantic black streamers and a giant Krampus outside. You know, like it'd just be like, and he would just be giving everyone the finger. You
I
know,
put
like,
my I think I've shown you my little Krampus doll, right, with the little chains. I put him out instead of Elf on a Shelf. I put him out on December 1st every year, and I'm like, watch your ass.
watch your way. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Ooh, you know what I got myself for Christmas this year?
What?
I got myself ink.
Ooh. Okay, so for a little tattoo.
3 on each hand, and I did
Ooh.
them.
Yeah, Jay Tilton's like, what I like about Thailand, people say Merry Christmas and nobody's Christian, so nobody cares. Just say it. Yeah, no, right? You know, it's not like you don't have those like culture war flashbacks, you know, whenever somebody does that. If someone just literally just says it like it's nothing. You know, and you're just like, oh yeah, Merry Christmas. Hey, have a good one.
And you know what's fun about all 6 of these little tattoos?
What?
I did them myself.
Oh, I see.
This is a thing I can do.
Oh, thank you, Yushify. Yushify just donated $50 to stream. Oh, thank you. Woot. Yes, woot indeed. You know, you only saw one reason for the season sign. Like, okay, if I had I would put a reason for the season sign, but it would be a big picture of Mary and Joseph with the little baby, and with a caption that says, "Bitch, what?"
I still have my little porcelain nativity scene. I still have it.
Joseph, you are not the father. You know.
Maury. Oh my god.
Man.
Oh, so I recently had a conversation with someone about aesthetics. It was interesting because I said something to this person that was an honest opinion of mine. But I realized that if I said it to you, you would narrow your eyes at me and say, "You bitch."
Okay.
Which
okay.
is
We're eye narrowing on to ready. Okay.
Okay.
I know, and they're already a little narrow because I'm Asian, but like, go on.
No, I'm done. All right. Hear me out. Honest opinion. Solar punk is superior to cyberpunk.
Oh.
I
See how
said it.
narrow this shit is? See
See,
how narrow that shit is?
I
See, you're blurry
told
right
you.
now. I'm looking at you through lashes. It's so narrow.
Told you.
The only problem I really have with, let me put it this way, as like a thing that you see in like a Miyazaki type movie, I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. The problem that I have with it as a potential storytelling genre is, what do you do with it?
See again, and this is why, while you and I both like Miyazaki, our favorite Miyazakis are different, and this also leans towards why I think
like,
so.
Okay, like my favorite is just hands down My Neighbor Totoro.
Oh no, shit, that's mine too.
Yeah. Like I love it.
So that's what you do with it. You focus on interpersonal human drama. That's what you do with it.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, like, at that point, it feels like the setting is just the backdrop.
I mean, it could be, but also like for instance, I'd say okay. For instance, I'd say like Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind. That's solar punk to me.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Think about the technological advances.
Yeah, all
Think
right, maybe.
think think about the whole point of like the people of Wind Valley and like how they live.
Okay, like I suppose I'm just used to like when it's when technology is a major feature, I expect the technology to be like a little bit more of an unspoken character. And in Nazca Valley of the Winds, that's kind of what I mean. Like the technology is the backdrop, right? It's also why if you get right down to it, it's like Star Wars is really only kind of nominally science fiction.
Yeah, because it's not really about that. It's
Yeah,
about
yeah,
the
it's not really about that. It's about this it's more about this fantasy element, you know, at least
right.
the films. You know, some of the shows go in a very different direction. Like I would count Andor as science fiction, but a little less Mandalorian. You
I
know,
guess what it is,
Mandalorian's a little bit more like a fantasy with a lot of high technology in it.
I I think what it is that like
Oh,
oh my
Porco
god.
Rosso. Oh, Porco Rosso. I actually really like Porco Rosso. I just wish it had an ending. I wish it
No.
had had a climax. You know?
No. No, it has a possible pig man, possible human man, and his plane and his girl.
Yeah, but like,
That's it.
but
That's
none
all
of the
you need.
but never none of the relationships are truly culminated. You know, there's never that moment was like, you're like my daughter, and that like pays off. That's where it ends. And I'm like,
Yeah,
well, wait a minute, dude. You ended there, but then he goes off on this mission that we never get to hear about, and
you
he
know,
doesn't even we don't even know if he comes back from that.
Porco Rosso is one of those ones where it's like, wow, this is really pretty. A lot of these characters are very compelling. There's not really a fulfilled story here. There,
Well,
it's
yeah, like if they had made a sequel. Actually, I honestly I think Pokerosa really should have had another movie. They should have done another one.
I agree. There was a lot going on, and I wish that we had
They did
more
one about
time
that.
to.
They did a sequel. They did two sequels about that cat statue. And don't get me wrong, they're excellent. You know?
Was there a second sequel? Because I remember
Yeah, there's I forget what the original one was, and then
the,
there
the,
was the
the,
Cat
the
Returns, and then they made one
yeah.
after that.
So the original one is Whispers of the Heart, which I
Yeah, yeah,
love,
yeah.
which I love to death. It's a beautiful film, but I remember the Cat Returns. I don't remember them making it. I believe you. I just don't. I just
I
miss.
yeah, I seem to remember that there was one. Yeah, which was the Heart, the Cat Returns, and there was a third one, and I think Graveyard of the
Yeah,
Firefly. Oh man, Grave of the Fireflies. Oh my god.
that was that Studio Ghibli though. I
That
believe
was
that was
Studio
another.
Ghibli. It wasn't Miyazaki, but it was
Oh,
Studio Ghibli. It was the
okay.
other guy.
Yeah,
Um, you know, like don't get me wrong, there's Miyazaki throughout that movie, but it's much more Miyazaki has like Disney. Miyazaki has his way of doing a story.
yeah,
Um, the other guy, while very much still using many of the same story techniques that Miyazaki does, his style is a lot more based in classic black and white Japanese films, like the really old ones, like before Akira Kurosawa was a thing.
No, I know what you're talking about.
You know, Takahata. Yeah, Takahata. He's much more um, like Flower Blooms in Winter. You know, kind
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah,
shit.
yeah.
You know, or the one about the prostitute. That was or was
Oh,
that a flower? No, I think that was a Flower Blooms in
Flower
Winter.
Blooms in Winter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I'm getting it confused with another one about an old dude who about a young girl who because there's also a mistress involved.
Because of course there is.
Yeah, because of course there is, who reconnects with her father who is living with his mistress after her mother dies. And now I'm forgetting. It's one of those movies that is like super 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 influential, and I've totally forgotten the title of it. It's like not
It's
quite.
surprising how
It's not
often-
like it's not in that same type of. It is as influential as Citizen Kane, but doesn't occupy that same space.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I
But
just
yeah.
wish I
But
could
yeah, no,
remember the goddamn
his
thing. Everything after it was inspired by it.
but yeah, his style is much more like that. You are correct.
Yeah.
But you know what it is? I think the reason that I favor solar punk though, I think it's because okay, in my head, this is how this works. Cyberpunk is the nightmare. Solar punk is the good dream. Like, you know, that's
well, it's more. I consider it's more fantasy. You know, it's more whimsical. You know, there's more whimsicalness. Like childhood is not dead in solar punk.
no, and also solar punk is inherently anarchist. And I love that.
Yeah, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. But like it is one of those things where, you know, given the period in which I grew up, that always looks to me like, well, that'd be nice, but we all know that's not going to happen because that's, you know,
See, and
the era in which
thing.
I grew
That's
up,
the
you know?
oh god, that's the thing. I fucking hate that. I fucking
Hey
hate.
man, I don't know what to tell you. We got every generation got its own trauma.
No, but I mean, I hate the statement of like, oh, that would be nice, but we know it's not gonna happen. I'm just like, no, this is all a hallucination. None of this is real. We can just do that.
Oh, well, let me put it this way. It's one of those like, oh yeah, we could. You know, but are people going to actually do it? Of course not. It's too far from here to there.
You see, that's the thing. I don't think so, but it's also one of those things of like, I can't give up because that's what boomers do. I can't.
Oh, no. I get you.
I can't.
Like,
You know.
I get you. I don't look down. Let me put it this way. Solar punk ain't bad. It's just not my thing.
No, that's fair. No, that's
You know,
absolutely fair.
I like the ideas. Like, I feel like there needs to be a little bit more of a focus on the way the technology works because I feel like that's a bridge that should be built.
You know what it is? It's weird. Is that like, and I've looked through a lot of solar punk shit, and what it is that it's not that the technology isn't there. It's
Oh
that
no, it's
because
totally there. Yeah.
yeah. I honestly think it's the fact that like it's non-abrasive and people just in their brain they're just like non-abrasive, non-obtrusive technology. What is this witchcraft? And I'm like, that's totally possible.
Yeah,
It's
well, I
totally
mean,
possible.
yeah, but you see why people would be like, "Yeah, I don't buy it," because what has technology been in our lives except abrasive and intrusive?
Uh but
You
again, it's
know?
like what it's like what okay, and I'm not even arguing realism at this point. I'm just so tired of hearing people younger than me going, "Oh my god, cyberpunk is so cool. Wouldn't that be so cool?" And I'm like, "No! It's a dystopia. Corporations run amok. Stop it."
Well, let me put it this way.
Oh.
I will put it this way: the thing that I do appreciate about cyberpunk is the conflict is where the conflict comes from is obvious.
Oh yeah, no,
You
don't
know,
get
so
me
it's
wrong.
really easy to like, you know, write stories in it because you're like, okay, how could capitalism fuck over people with cybernetics today? You know,
Oh,
there, cyberpunk
so
story.
much. So much. But you see, that's the thing, right? It's one of those things of like, I love cyberpunk as like a I do love cyberpunk as love story to humanity's inherent resilience and refusal. And I also love it as a cautionary tale of like, hey, if you don't eat them billionaires, guess what they gonna do?
Yeah, like, well,
You
like
know,
one of the things I would like to do with, I would like to do with Shadowrun that would involve solar punk, but it would also be like a kind of a, it would be a betrayal. It would be a betrayal of solar punk,
mhm,
which is basically, you know how they got those elven nations?
yes,
All right, you got those, and everything looks nice and solar punky. Everything is good. Everything looks great, but there is this horrible core to it. There is this horrible, horrible fucking truth at the center of that society.
I kind of love that your brain automatically goes something that looks nice and sustainable. No, there has to be murder or cultishness
Oh no,
behind it.
there's got to be something bad down there,
It
you
can't
know?
possibly. It's just like your brain's utter refusal of a working system.
Oh, I'm not saying it don't work. I'm just saying it has a horrible cost. I don't know
Yeah,
what
but
it would be yet, but
that but that's what I'm saying. I'm just like
well,
like
name something that doesn't do that.
co-ops.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. That's a good example. That's a decent
Yeah.
example. However, there is still a potential dark side to it. But I
Oh yeah,
don't
there's a
think it's as bad as the capitalist version.
see that's the thing, right? I think collectively we're just so used to we're so used to getting fucked so hard by all of this that we're like, no, it can't possibly be any other way. And I just want to grab everyone collectively by the collar and go, no, it can be. We just have to kill them. It's like,
Oh man, where
because
does Horizon Corp come from? Are you talking about like the actual Horizon Corp that owns like Airbnb, or is this,
or is this something from a thing?
yeah, something from a thing I'm not recognizing?
Oh my
Oh
god.
wait, hold on. Horizon, a AAA mega corporation in cyberpunk that focuses on public relations. No, not quite like that. Not quite like that from cyberpunk, but definitely like imagine you have a solar punk world, but it's all based on a rigid racial hierarchy. You know,
Why?
because that's the darkness of the elven nations are super racist. They're just not
Like,
racist in favor of humans.
yeah, of course the elves are racist. Our concept of high fantasy elves came from racist brain.
Yep.
Of course they're racist.
Yep. Yeah, that's why that's why I was actually talking to Will, cuz like we're doing our not Shadowrun game,
Mm-hmm.
and we were like, okay, like elves are really super hot, but obviously inhuman. You know, like you would be attracted to them, but if someone was like, yeah, we think we should give these people equal rights. Well, I mean, they're not human. Look at them. You know, like that kind of
They're
shit.
pretty tall.
Yeah, the acknowledgement that they have certain advantages is basically used to oppress the uglier races and them at the same time. Because, you
Mm.
know, that's how that happens. That's what happens. We know that the orcs, like we have their stat advantages, but their big advantage culturally is that they have a greater tendency to stick together. You know,
Mm.
these orcs, you know, they're like, oh no, man. They have a bigger sense of like, fuck the man. man don't come down, always just comes down here and gentrifies the neighborhood. Fuck them, and fuck the elves while we're at it. They do the same thing, just less often. Then you got the trolls, and the whole thing with the trolls is they're so big that they're kind of chill. Because anyone else threatening them is like, aw, we don't need to do this. Come on. You're like, I'm gonna punch you, and then you're just gonna go down, right? That's how that works. I'm fucking 9 feet tall, bitch. I built like a brick shit house. I'm just gonna rock your world. So it's like an entire race of like Shaq. Like. Yes, I'm a troll. Are you angry, sir? Yes, I'm very upset. I've never been so insulted in my whole life. If you could please correct the situation, I'd be most appreciative. Yes, sir.
Troll Shack is very angry. It's very angry woman.
Very angry one.
Troll Shack wants to know where his hoagie sandwich went to. Why is it not here?
Yeah, Jay Tilton, orcs stronger together. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's why in the steampunk game it was like, no, they call themselves the orc proletariat. Because
right?
That's like the big thing.
Because that's the thing, right? Like how to put it? I wanted to like high fantasy elves. I really did, because I'm a fan of fae stories in general. So I really wanted to like the high fantasy elves when I first found out about them as a little kid. And then I read J.R.R. Tolkien, and I'm like, these are classist
a-holes. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, because The Hobbit is very much World War I, whereas Lord of the Rings is very much World War II.
Yeah.
I was always of the impression that the elves were based off the French. I mean, straight up, right? That was, in a pinch.
Too much sense.
Yeah, in a pinch, they'll side with Britain, but until that happens, until that happens, they're just kind of jerks. Occasionally, you meet a nice one, who's cool, but as a nation, if you're British, they're kind of like, fuck you,
Yeah, no, but here's the thing, that's what makes the concept of orc proletariat, when you reflect back on Tolkien specifically, a problem, because I'm like, oh no, orcs is Nazis. Why is orcs Nazis? That's bullshit.
Yeah. I wanted to take them. I really wanted to take them away from that kind of thing and do something very different. Where I want to make it cool to be an orc. Now, the one that's really hard, the one that has been very hard, is dwarves. And I was like, why is this so difficult to update the dwarves? And I realized something. It's because everything dwarfish is so interwoven with the high fantasy genre itself.
Yeah, because
you can't just have them. It's really hard to do something with them that's cool unless they've already been there for 500 years.
Yeah, no, it's it also gets very weird because, again, you want to kind of take them away from the stereotypical high fantasy setting, especially when you consider that they're Jews. So you kind of want to stop that.
Yeah. There's the ironic thing is that the fantasy genre took them in a more Germanic route. They're now associated much more with.
So let's be very clear.
With Sweden and stuff.
Let's be very clear. When C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien made them Jews, they very specifically made them Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
Holy shit. It's quick, Hide it under Germanic runes. No one will notice. I think they will. Shh.
Yeah, so we're thinking we might actually make the dwarves a little bit more like halflings.
All right.
Because halfling is like a concept that could neatly fit into almost anything. What are you? You're a short. You are small.
You are a small human. You may or may not wear shoes. I don't know.
Yeah. You are a small human, and it's like, oh, okay. Well, we could think of tons of things to do with that. But dwarf in just by itself is so tied to high fantasy that you take them out of that, and it's like, oh man, this actually kind of doesn't work very well. There's not a lot you've removed a ton of shit you can do with them.
I mean, you can always. I mean, I guess you could always like lean further into the Germanism in the sense of like actually like taking it back to like Alpine and Germanic folktales. But
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily work for cyberpunk.
yeah, it does. They
It,
make the computer.
no, because in cyberpunk the Japanese make the computers.
Cool. Replace the Japanese with dwarves. Fuck it. They replace everybody else with bullshit. Fuck them. Replace them.
Oh man, no, look at
I'm
me, man. I ain't gonna replace any kind of Asian. Forget it. Not happening. Although one
I
of the
don't know.
things,
Look. Replacing the ones that are still really, really into eugenics might be a good idea.
yeah, but the thing I liked about Shadowrun is that you had these fantasy races that could also be coming out of any of those cultures. If you're like an orc out of like Japan, you're a little more Oni like, because that's
Oh,
what people
wait.
call you.
Wait. Okay, wait a minute. So with dwarves, um,
Yeah, so if we just make them a little bit closer to halflings, then they can be like any small race
see,
that
like,
is essentially still human.
okay, you sure you don't just want to make them mechanics? Because that could be cool.
Well, we want to make them more. It's TTRPG. There got to be more options.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just saying,
Like if it was a
make the.
video game, that'd be pretty simple.
That's fair.
And like one of the problems that we do have with Shadowrun is like, yeah, they never really made dwarves very cool, and it felt like, man, you should be able to make dwarves really cool. And so like we got a lot of ideas kicking around, and our two favorites right now is they might just be super resistant to the negative effects of toxins. Like so much so that they can drink, get high, and do combat stims all day.
I'm a dwarf. What does that mean? I can drink antifreeze. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. It might come down to something. This might be some weird shit like that. And the other option is that they party really hard, right? The other option is that they have strength disproportionate to their size.
Okay.
Like a dwarf might actually potentially be as strong as a troll. And by that I mean can pick up like Volkswagens. But
Well, I
they're
mean,
very small, you know?
well, I mean, dwarfs fight trolls, so fuck it.
Yeah. So we might do that where it's just like, Jesus Christ, fucking dwarves are strong. And it's like, yeah. Yeah, they're super fucking strong.
They have to, they all have to have beards. I'm sorry, they just do. If you try to make a clean shaven dwarf, I'm going to boycott you. Don't do
Oh,
that
you'll
shit.
have to boycott us because there will be many different types of facial hairs, some of which are non-existent.
Ooh, dwarves must have facial hair.
We're also trying to figure out whether we can put goblins in.
Okay, when you say goblins, what are you referring to?
short little green people.
Okay, so again, high fantasy
Yeah,
goblins.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Pretty much high fantasy goblins, you know, but have them be like a mutation of like the orc. So they're just really small and they have some other advantages.
You know what I'm sad about? I'm sad about that, like, in no, like, whether it's like cyberpunk or shit, like any type of like futurist fantasy, right? Um, no one ever fucking does gremlins, and it makes me sad.
Yeah, because they're hard to for some reason they're hard to pull off. I
No, they're
don't know
not.
why.
No, they're not. Like, it makes more sense in a futurist setting because, like, you're flying like an airship or something, or like driving a motorcycle, and all of a sudden you hear they're just trying to take apart your machine while you're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, you're right. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's their whole thing.
I don't know. I don't know
They're
why
destroying
you don't
machines.
see more of that.
Yeah,
Huh.
just make them pests.
Yeah, like in Babylon they totally exist, but the main way that they interact with things is there's a spell that summons them.
Okay.
Because it's like, oh, okay, like you summon goblins and they fuck with your enemies kind of thing.
Okay.
You know, and they are like little like, you know, weird lizard guys, you know, that like, you know, poke at things and remove gears and shit like that and laugh.
Like,
Laugh at your pain.
it's one of those things where I'm just like, whenever people are like, "Oh, I don't know what to do with gremlins," I'm like, "Have you never seen the fucking Warner Brothers cartoon where they fuck up Hitler's plane? That's what they do. They tear shit apart."
Yeah, I'm always torn. I'm always torn about like Terror at 50,000 feet because I'm like, when you look at the original, you're like, okay, I think it's a gremlin, but it looks weird because they just got that cheap kind of vague Yeti monster suit going on.
Yeah. It's totally supposed to be a gremlin, but again, it's a yeti.
Yeah, yeah. And then when you get to the movie, like that monster looks great, but you find yourself going, isn't he a little big for a gremlin? Because we know because we've all already seen the Gremlins movie, and we're like, Gremlins are little, right?
You're also I'm gonna make a statement which is might be
Is he just a
controversial.
big one? You know?
No, I was just gonna say we're assuming that the filmmakers knew what the fuck any of that meant.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they did. Given who made it, I know they did. Given those guys, yeah, no, they knew what the fuck a gremlin was because they're the guys who made the Gremlins movie.
Well, no, I meant like understood that that's what the thing at Terror at 50,000 feet was supposed to be.
Maybe. I think the idea was that they knew what it did, they knew what it was supposed to be, but it was probably just more effective to have it be like person sized. You know, because the funny thing was, is when I look at it, I feel like it's more of a gin.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I like the way it looks in the movie. I do. It looks really interesting. But I think it would be so much okay. As someone who has been on a plane in a storm, and I was already freaked out by the fact of I'm flying through lightning right now, and I'm in a big metal tin. Not good. Um, it would to me be much more terrifying if I looked out on the wing of the plane and in a flash of light I saw like three or four tiny things with wrenches going. I'd
Yeah,
be
right? You know, like
I'd be much more terrified than seeing a big thing.
yeah,
But
I think if if that story was to be redone, it should be like there's one big gremlin that's like the boss, and a bunch of little ones are doing they're doing minor shit, but they're all just trying to like fuck this plane up.
see, I would accept this. I would accept
Yeah,
this.
you
Oh,
know, or that mummy in WCW that they called the Yeti. Yeah,
oh,
right. You know, like mythology gets weird, man. We fuck with it all the time.
I actually I have a semi-mythological question for you.
That gremlin had a thyroid condition. Okay, go on.
I'm sorry, that was funny. Um, um, so you know when either like when you're going through those like long stretches of, hey, this deity or this archetype or this mythological figure has been popping up randomly in my head way too frequently, um and I don't know what. You know those moments?
Wait, say that again?
You know those moments of, oh, this deity or folklore figure or mythological archetype has been popping up in my head randomly for way too long of a stretch of time, and I don't know why.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one?
my my favorite witch slash goddess slash forest spirit slash horrifyingly 8 foot tall woman.
Oh, what? The Baba Yaga?
Yeah, Baba Yaga has been like floating around and creeping up in my head randomly, and I'm like, hello? Can I help you?
Oh my god.
And the thing is, I don't
Be careful
know.
be fucking the trailer houses, man. Beware. It could get up on chicken legs.
I
I don't know why I
the,
always love the idea of Baba Yaga being in like an RV kind of thing.
and then the
And yeah, and it just stands up.
and then no, and here's the crazy thing, right? Was that was like 2 weeks ago. My brother was like, "Oh, I got a new leg tattoo," and I was like, "That's really cool." Yeah, look at it. It was the fucking chicken hut. And so I'm just like, hi, what is like,
What
what?
is?
And
Oh man.
I'm trying to sit here and be like, is my subconscious trying to tell me something? Is someone else trying to tell me something?
Oh man, I just found out something.
Mm,
In Chinese folklore, there are big mogwai.
what are they called?
They're mogwai. They're just big.
Okay.
Yeah. They're images, so they're like, here are mogwai doing their thing, and like most of them are really little, but they're a lot of the pictures are like four of them carrying like a big one on a palanquin.
Okay.
Yeah, and
And
I'm like, oh,
and what do they do in Chinese folklore besides just being
same shit.
fuzzy?
They do the same shit. They fuck with things.
Oh, okay. I thought we were drawing a distinction between Mogwai and Gremlins, like as per the film, but okay, cool.
No. This is like flat out mythology.
In
In
the
I
in the
forget
actual
what they're actually called in Japan, but of course it's not. I don't even know where the word gremlin comes from.
Gremlin is it's either, I feel like it's either Germanic or Russian,
Yeah.
because I believe Gremlins are Russian.
Yeah, apparently, oh my god, it apparently first emerged in the 1920s, but
Yeah,
from the UK Royal Air Force, possibly a mispronunciation of goblin.
okay.
Weird. Yeah. Ultimately, they have no idea where it actually came from, but that's where, like, around the period of time it came into popular use.
I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I remember when Gremlin came out, my dad had to point out that, like, Mogwai was basically the same thing as Gremlin.
So, question: how do they look in actual traditional Chinese depictions? Are
In
they fur-
Chinese, in the Chinese they are like hairy
okay?
little critters.
So,
Whereas the image of the gremlin, in the 20th century was more like lizard like, smooth skinned, kind of little green men, kind of stuff.
it kind of makes you think. Um, the whole thing of like, I don't think there are little gray aliens. I think they're fucking gremlins. I think you're all fucking wrong. I'm entitled to my opinion.
Yeah, well, they have a lot in common with knockers.
Oh God, that's right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just that for the knocker, their origin was this mysterious tapping sound that you would hear in a mine before a cave in, which was really like the rocks moving, but no one could identify where it came from because they couldn't see it. Because it's like in all the rock, and then, and that is
It's
kind of the origin of the knocker.
it's fascinating some of the origins of some of this. Like, knockers is like seismic shifting of rocks above head.
Mm-hmm.
Unicorns are just fucked up Angora goats. Like,
Yeah, kobolds are basically a regional a regional name for a knocker. Yeah, I think
that's
that
why
was more the Alpines that called them kobolds, which I think actually means knock knock or something like that.
it's uh it's why they're mischievous.
Yep. So I am convinced that like the knocker, the kobold, and the gremlin, and the mogwai are all essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
Is that what a Tommy knocker is? It is.
Boy,
Yeah,
Stephen.
they just eventually like dropped the Tommy part.
Yeah,
But it stayed on in like little rhymes because, in a rhyme you gotta keep the scansion.
Stephen King really fucked that one.
Oh my god, that book is so bad. That was the
I'm
first
just
Stephen King book I wrote, and I was like, this is bad. Like, this is a bad story. Like, this
yep.
is dumb. You know?
Hey man, hey man, but it ain't no dream catches.
No, that is probably the worst.
Shit weasel.
That is the worst because I found myself going, yeah, he's like, I don't really remember writing that one. I'm like, it shows. Like that book, that story reads like brain damage.
It's one of those things where it's like, God damn, Steven, at least when you were drinking, you got blackout drunk and wrote Cujo.
Yeah, now you're right. Now, Dreamcatcher, really? Did we really need like mentally handicapped it? Because that's what that story is. It's really stupid it.
I can't unprocess that.
I done it.
There.
I know. You're like, what? And the thing is that the movie goes in a different direction of stupid with it. Because sure, Duddits is an alien. Because that's just way easier to explain than autism gives you superpowers.
Yep. Yep.
Like that.
I mean, mine sure as fuck does. No, it doesn't. My life is horrible.
Yep. Quick.
Uh,
Autism and possible Down syndrome give you superpowers. That's because like so much of his brain energy goes to like, psychic ability. It's bad. It's really bad.
it's one of those weird things where you look at Stephen King and you go, huh, you said fuck the magical Negro. I'm gonna do the magical, like the magical neurodivergent slash brain injured. And
We're
I'm like,
gonna do
what?
the magical R word instead.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I'm like, why, Steven? Why?
Yeah, oh god, the alien with the British accent. Sure, fine, whatever. You know, that was so dumb. I mean, I did like, there is one sound clip from that movie I really like, which involves that character, which is no. No, there's still coyotes out there. The answer is no. If you want love, you can have it. If you want outside, the answer is no. Yeah, that's right. You heard me.
Gomez, there's coyotes out there.
Yes, coyotes out there. Fuck this. We're not doing that. Um, they're not, let me put it this way. They're not like over there. They're like on our block.
Something I absolutely adore about coyotes is that when they're out
Two of them and they're working together.
see, this is what I love about like urban environments is how much it fucks up animals, right? Because like coyotes, when they're like in their completely natural habitat, not at all surrounded by humanity, they're actually quite interesting and beautiful creatures. And then they get into the city, they turn into crack addicts, and I'm like,
Well, when they're not fucking with your shit, like that's what it comes down to.
yeah.
If they were just like, here's the thing, they've never bothered humans before. They're getting ambitious. They are getting flat out ambitious now because I'm pretty sure these are coyotes that grew up during COVID when there weren't like a lot of humans on the street. And so they're just like, yeah, that's what happens. Right? That's how it is, right? Humans don't own these streets. We do.
It's okay, Jack. You just gotta approve some of them open carry laws and just shoot them motherfuckers in the street. They'll.
The problem is, I keep thinking about that. Sometimes I think about that shit. But it really does come down to like, yeah, but in a city, there's so many more things that you could accidentally kill.
Yeah.
It's not like in the wild where it's like, oh, well, I mean, like if it's going to be if there's a coyote, it's probably going to be the only animal you see that isn't behind you.
No, exactly. Which, I get that. But no, you know what you need to do is someone needs to find like a coyote mother in front of her pups and then have just like a big stick and just club her to death right in front of her children.
Oh, I could do that.
Yeah, no, just do that. It's fine.
Oh, the thing is I actually do like coyotes. I just don't want them eating my cat. It's like if I was taking care of I don't mind if Gomez kills rats, but if I had rats, I wouldn't want him touching those rats.
No. I feel you. I honestly don't actually dislike coyotes. I actually do like them quite a bit. There is one animal though. There is one wild / newly urban animal that everyone thinks is adorable, and I'm like, you're all insane. Those things are evil.
Yeah.
Raccoons. I hate raccoons.
Thanks, Flashman. Thank you, Flashman, for the donation.
I fucking hate raccoons. It's the one thing I can never agree with Linda from Bob's Burgers about. And I'm like, Linda, I love you. You're my spirit guide and everything, but you need to stop fucking with the raccoons in the alley. They're fucking evil. Stop it.
Yeah. No, they're bastards. They're little bastards. And they're little bastards because they don't run away when you catch them doing shit. They wait for you to do something.
Foxes, I'm okay with. Possums, I'm okay with. Stoats, ferrets.
Possums are more scary and disgusting than anything else.
I don't think they're disgusting.
Yeah, they are. They look disgusting. They do that whole thing where they like foam at the mouth so you think they got rabies and shit. That's gross.
Oh, what? Like people aren't gross?
I'm not saying people aren't gross. If someone did that in front of me, it'd still be disgusting.
Yeah, I just don't think that as a general rule they're gross.
Well, they're gross whenever I'm around. You know.
Just because you scare them. I don't.
But yeah, I scare them by coming up to my front door. You
Exactly.
know,
How
like,
dare you?
yeah, raccoons are cute from a distance. Yes. Yes,
No.
they're cute from a distance. Like, you get up close to a raccoon, that motherfucker will spit on you. He will piss specifically because he knows it annoys you. I am absolutely goddamn convinced.
And then he'll just masturbate on you
Yeah,
just for no.
yeah, just be like, yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna stop me? You gonna stop me? You're like, you nasty ass motherfucker. Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
All y'all out there, y'all think that fucking raccoons are cute? No, no, no. Raccoons are are the aggressively homeless crackhead with his dick out on the L train in New York, and
Yes.
you're all fucking ridiculous for thinking that they're adorable.
Yes, because like no, there is no such thing as raccoons not hate fucking.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen that shit? Hear the
Yes,
noises they make? Oh my god. It
it
sounds like
sounds
someone's killing a cat.
yeah, it does. I've heard cats fuck and it doesn't sound that bad.
No,
Holy
no, it
shit.
doesn't. It doesn't
Which is
because
weird.
well,
Which
it's
is weird
because
because of the two species, cats are the one with barbed dicks. So you would think
yeah,
that it
yeah,
would
yeah, because
work.
like it's what's more annoying. It's more just annoying because you're like there are two cat sounds. There is the I'm horny, I'm horny, I'm horny, I'm horny, I'm horny, which you never quite get used to, but you recognize it. And then there is the quick wow as dude pulls out, right? Because they
Mm-hmm.
got barbs on their penis. All right, now imagine that second part, but for
That
5 to 10 straight minutes. That is raccoons.
because raccoons have a baculum.
What the fuck is that?
They have a penis bone.
Oh.
It's not just cartilage. It's a hooked bone that gets shoved into the female.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine
Yeah.
that's a little unpleasant. You know,
No.
why are so many animals like I okay, this is a thing that I think is just insane. Why are so many animals there are some animals where it's like all sexual interaction is just basically rape. And I'm like ducks are a great example.
Oh, I fucking hate ducks. I
You know, like that's a great example. But like another one that's really weird, like this is the one that I think is just bizarre,
mhm.
is the echidna. The echidna penis is the weirdest looking thing you will ever fucking see because
Hey,
it's
hey,
it
don't
doesn't look like what you would imagine a penis would look like, and it's covered in these hard spiky stones, so it looks like it's gonna beat you to death with its dick.
hey man, you stop shaming Knuckles and his four-headed baby arm with a hand-looking penis. You stop that.
Dude.
Go. Everyone's watching at home. Go
Yeah,
Google it,
yeah, but
kids.
dolphins and okay, see the thing with dolphins and otters is they're still within the realm of what you recognize as a penis. Like when you think of a penis, you're like, okay, it's shaped a little differently, but you see how you see how it works, right?
I'll be honest with you. That's
Horse dicks are weird.
yeah,
Echidna
no,
dicks are weird.
horse dicks aren't weird. They're just large and flared. That's it. They're
It's
not
the
that.
flared part that's weird.
I,
Ours isn't like that. Not every animal's that that's not common.
okay, sure, but half of us like there's a good portion of us that don't even remember what our actual penises look like because we're just running around circumcising things for no fucking reason because we're fucking weird.
Fair enough.
You know.
Fair enough. But if like you peel it back, we all it all looks the same. Well, more or less. You know what I mean. But
No.
like that's what I mean. Like you look at a dolphin dick and you're like, oh, it's shorter on the end than ours. I
See,
mean,
this is
okay, but
where
you still get it. You still know where the stuff comes out and what it does with it. You know, when you look at an echidna, you're like, the fuck is it gonna do with that thing?
come from 4 different little spouts on the tip of its penis.
Yeah, I know, but like that's weird.
See, the thing with the dolphins though is like this is where I think that we got the evolutionary like short stick, because cetacean penises are prehensile, and I'm like, that's kind of cool.
Oh no, that's well, you notice. I'm like, okay, I understand the cetacean penis. Like on an emotional level, I understand it. I understand how it works, and I'm jealous. You know, pure jealousy. Any bad thing I have to say about like a dolphin or a whale penis is just me being jealous.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I have to say, if I was a mad scientist bent on taking over the world, my robot tanks would be powered by dolphins and killer whales hooked up cybernetically.
Yep.
Because there's nothing that humanity deserves more and also should be terrified by as self-aware cetaceans with guns strapped to their brain.
Yeah. Oh. Come on. Come on. Okay, hang on a minute. I gotta deal with this cat. All right, are we still here? Hang on, I gotta see if we're still going. Kitty's in the proverbial doghouse right now.
Why would he do?
Okay, he
Did he knock a thing?
You know that reset button that's on a computer?
Did he straight up just...
Yeah, he's straight up stepped on it. He straight up stepped on that shit. Little bastard.
Well, I mean, I hate to be this person, but what do you expect? You're the one who got a tuxedo cat. Everyone knows this. Orange cats and tuxedo cats are fucking crazy in different ways, but they're both fucking crazy.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Here, I just gotta see if the chat's still working. Is chat still working? Yeah, it is. Okay, great. Awesome. Chat's still working. Okay. Yeah, we're on.
I love orange cats though. They're fucking great.
I love my cat. piece of shit.
What, your cat?
Yes. Yes. He fucking was like, all right, I'll see how it is. He was like, why?
I think it's
Beast?
very
Why, beast?
I think it's very funny that every time I describe Gomez to other people, the responses tend to be, okay, that cat is a goblin, or okay, that cat is a witch. It's
I'm
one of the
going with Goblin. I'm going with Goblin because he doesn't seem he he's not a
the
stupid
rich.
cat, but he is very bad at planning. I expect
Yes,
a witch would be better at planning.
you know that's perfectly fine. He's definitely got that energy of that comic of the two goblins arguing over the moss collection.
Actually, there used to be this comic. I can't remember the goddamn name of it. But it was done by the guy who did the voice of Gurr on Invader Zim.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the one where, it's two cats. One of them is pretty smart. The other one is not.
He's stupid.
Yeah, he's a little dumb. He's the sweet but dumb one. And the other one is just hyperactive and nuts. Gomez is hyperactive and nuts.
He is.
This
Look.
is the comic where one of the cats goes, "I'm not a Time Lord. I am a socialist."
What I love about tuxedo cats is that now all cats get the zoomies, but tuxedo cats get destructive zoomies. It's like they will just ruin shit.
Yep.
And how to put it, y'all out there with non-tuxedo cats are like, well, my cat's like, broken a thing or two while it had the zoomies. No. That's like an off thing. Yeah, sure. I mean, every time a tuxedo cat gets the zoomies, if you're not careful, it will break several things and then also just tear the house apart.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'm like, I fucking swear they do it on purpose. I fucking swear they do it on purpose. But they are the one where it is kind of basic, where it's basically this: run, knock everything over that's right next to them, charge forward, knock other shit over, keep going. Little bastard. Yeah, he's fucking banished to the shadow realm, i.e. the rest of the apartment. I'm like, I got time. I got time for
this is whereas additionally, I love the kind of crazy that orange cats are. I fucking love orange cats. I love how fucking sociable and like attention seeking they are. And when other people are like, well, yeah, well, other cats don't really act like that, to which my response is, well, it seems like all other cats are failing. Get on the orange tabbies level, designer cats.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I know. Actually, one of the things that's really sad is the upstairs neighbors have a cat, and he's very sweet. He really likes people.
Aww.
He and Gomez have not adjusted to each other.
Aww.
Luckily, they're in different parts of the house, so they never have to see each other. But they did once, and it was one of those. They're both very cautious. They were both low to the ground. They're both like, not, all right, we're not going to dominate each other. and then they both flipped out and fucking started batting each other with paws angrily at the exact same time.
Murder mittens.
Yeah, they murdered. Like, and I was like, all right, who's gonna go first? I was not really prepared for it to be a simultaneous event. You know, I was just like, well, better separate them now because they're making the angry cat noises. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should have let him like figure it out, but I don't know. You know.
Quickly, they're screaming at each other. Why? I don't know, but it's okay. Neither do they.
Hey, they're just doing it. No, it's not like it was with Gomez and Comet, because Comet would bully Gomez.
Yeah,
Comet would just straight up bully him.
I'm so happy that I got to know that cat before he went, because holy shit. Because Comet was a shit heel and I loved him.
Yeah. He was a shit heel, but like he was still kind of lovable. You know?
He sat on my lap for 2 hours and let me pet him.
Yeah, because he was just like, all right, fat man, I'm curling up with you now. And that's the thing. That is the thing. Like, if you were like a chubby or heavier male, he would just gravitate.
Yeah, because we're chill.
Yeah. Like, me, not so much. Like, he did a couple of times, but like, I'm sitting somewhere, Horror Guru's sitting somewhere. We know where Comet's going to be 9 times out of 10. You know, he's just going to be like, yep. And of course, like, Horror Guru's like very allergic, particularly in his eyes. And so, but it's one of those, cat is sleeping next to me. Okay. Fine. And it's why when like I forget who he was complaining about. He's talking to somebody, talking to a friend, and they were like complaining about their I think boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, my boyfriend doesn't want to see me because I have a cat and he has allergies. And his response was, he can get fucking medication for that. I wouldn't. He's like, I'd never ask anyone to like get rid of a pet. Are you fucking kidding me? Like that pet. Look. You may be fucking a person, but that pet's way more important. You can have children with someone, and that pet's still more important.
You know who? It's like, pet, person I'm fucking. I know who I feel is more replaceable.
Yeah. All right. Oh my god.
Person I'm fucking, that's a dime a dozen.
I know. Oh, Honest Dave is like, you used to be entertaining. Well, who did you used to be?
Wait, doesn't that guy have an American flag Punisher logo?
Oh, does he? Is that what that is? Oh. Let's see, Honest Dave. Oh my god, it is. And I don't even think this is his content. Oh wait, maybe it is. Maybe it is. They all look like the same guy. Flamethrower lighter, throwing knives, heat flavored Pepsi. American flag with Punisher logo. Yeah, dude, I think you're in the wrong place. You know, like I think you're in the wrong place, man. You know, like. Oh, did he block you?
My bookshelf has only 2 books. The Bible and Tom Clancy's Clear and Present Danger. They are both covered in a thick layer of dust because reading is for communists.
Oh my god. Oh, yeah, he's probably one of those guys that doesn't understand that Punisher is completely ACAB. You know, I don't know how he feels about Black Lives Matter, but I know he believes all cops are bastards.
I need to actually like at some point, I do actually need to get that tattooed here. I need to get like 1312 tattooed on me.
Oh. Mm.
1312, bitch. ACAB.
Hey, spooky artist, how you doing? Oh my god.
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Fuck the police.
Yeah. I am never like I look, I am the way I am. I am the way I am, and I don't really regret it. But that period of time when I was letting Sargon of Akkad make his case,
Regret that time a little bit.
I regret, well, a little, yeah.
Well,
like
I-
it was one
and
of
to that-
those.
And to that, I mean, you regret the time lost to that, and you regret.
Well, like, I regret the attention that it got, because that wasn't really my intention. I didn't care about the attention. I wanted to know what this guy really thought, and it became really super obvious after not too long. But not before he put me on a list of Gamergate friendly content makers. And I was like, I'm not really Gamergate friendly, dude. I just haven't fucking made up my mind as to what's going on yet. Because when people have a grievance, I listen before I say, that's bullshit and you know it. Which is what happened. Which is what happened, because I was like, yeah, that's what a lot of people didn't understand. It's like, why are you listening to these Gamergate guys? I was like, I'm not agreeing with them. I'm listening to them. And they're like, why? It's like, because they have a grievance and I don't exactly know what it fucking is. But it's something, because they're this mad about it. So it's something. That something might be complete horseshit, but it's something.
Well, how to put it? How do you expect to? Okay. Even if you fundamentally know, okay, the principle that this style of complaint or grievance is going is a principle that I know I am against. However,
it's just honest, like, it's always bigotry. Yeah. But I'm always trying to figure, bigotry is something I don't understand very well, because once you stop doing it, you stop understanding it. Like, it's, if you ask 12-year-old me, yeah, it was bigotry. But you ask, like, it's obviously bigotry. I wouldn't have said it, but I would have recognized it. You ask 48-year-old me, that's not a reflex anymore.
Oh yeah, it's but how to put it? What I was.
I knew the games journalism thing was horseshit from the get go. That was clearly horseshit.
Oh yeah, but it's one of those things of, like, how to put it. Even if I look at someone shouting and I'm like, okay, I know, like, purely on principle, I am opposed to what you are suggesting. At the same time, how am I going to convince anyone otherwise unless I know what the other opinion is?
Yeah, exactly. Even if the opinion is based on bullshit, I still need to know what it is. Otherwise, I could be wrong.
It's like how
it's
I
happened.
know. It's like
it's happened.
It's one of those things of, like, I know that ethno-nationalism is bullshit, but to explain to other people why it's bullshit, I need to understand ethno-nationalism.
Well, I need to understand, like, I think it was Innuendo Studios that put it best. He was talking about Gamergate again recently, because he's like, all right, this is where we could see the cultural tide really shifting. And one of the problems that we have and how it got so far is, how do you explain that Vivian James's sweater is a rape joke?
How do you explain? What'd you say?
Remember the character Vivian James?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How do you explain that her sweater is a rape joke?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. That takes a while. You have to break it down for people, and when you do that, you sound insane.
Mm.
It sounds insane. You're like, that can't be true. That's ridiculous. But it is. Oh, and by the way, Honest Dave, um, yeah, that's crossing the line. So if you want the reality, you're going to have to stick around and hear it. All right? You want to hear it? We can do that. But I ain't reliving it unless you're going to listen.
Because otherwise, what's the point of that mental emotional labor?
Yeah, exactly. Because I've talked about it before on stream and how in all that I knew happened. So what's it going to be? Do you want the truth? Can you handle it? Because it ain't pretty. And the people you think are the bad guys, I guarantee you aren't. Well, like maybe the guy himself, but like that's a different matter.
I'm still trying to. I don't know, man. I'm still trying to wrap my head around. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what was it the other week? The fucking Elon Musk didn't even try to fucking backpedal on like promoting replacement theory. He didn't even try.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry if you repost someone spewing replacement theory and you retweet it because it's still Twitter, it's not fucking X. It will never be X. It's fucking stupid. No one's gonna call it that.
Yeah, it'll only ever be X, formerly known as Twitter at best.
Yeah. I have yet to meet anyone who refers to it as X. I have not met a single fucking person.
Because because it's such a
it's stupid.
It doesn't say anything.
Stupid. It's stupid.
It doesn't say anything. And a tweet has already become part of the language, of the official language. So
no, exactly.
You can't really go back on that.
What do I say? Like I X'd today, I re-X'd. That's stupid.
Yeah, that sounds bad. I mean, tweet sounded dumb, but at least it was specific.
Yeah, and it made sense because it's birds chirping back and forth at each other, which is all social media really is. It made sense. There was a motif going. But like, okay,
I think one of the greatest fucking brandings of all time is a mistake.
Wait, what now?
This is Elon Musk coming in. I think one of the greatest brandings of all time is a mistake. That's what he said. So now it's tanked.
He's not a smart man.
No, he really isn't.
He's delusionally optimistic with a messiah complex. He's that.
Oh, yes, he is. That's exactly what makes him dangerous.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. Look, you can't retweet someone. You can't retweet a thread of someone going bit by bit doing replacement theory, retweeting it with the statement, "You have spoken the truth," and then when people go, "Elon, the fuck is with this anti-Semitic shit," you just tell people to go fuck themselves. And then when people start going, "Well, yeah, so since Elon's an anti-Semite," and then get mad and go, "No, I'm not," and I'm like, you literally did not try to defend yourself in any way, shape, or form.
You did the anti-Semitism.
You did the anti-Semitism.
You did it,
You did the anti-Semitism and then did not immediately say, "Oh, that's not what I meant."
Yeah, well, like here's the problem. Here's the problem with Musk. There is nothing
The
That,
problem,
oh,
singular.
God, yeah, good point. There is nothing that the smart people who work for him can do to undo the damage he does. You know, because we live in a world, how to put it? Yeah, we live in a capitalist world, baby. So, guess
I
what? No matter how much the head man in charge wants to fucking say he's not responsible for anything under capitalism, yeah, he is. He's absolutely at fault. He's
I
absolutely at fault, 100%. You
I
know?
really well and truly, I do actually want um, Musk and Bezos to go up in a rocket together. I really true. I actually do. I want it to happen for them, and then I want whoever is manning the controls on Earth to simply turn the key and walk away and never come back to the to the thing. That it is the most. I'm not even going to call that justifiable homicide. That's just a justifiable action. Period.
Well, yeah, like there's this, we don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home.
But I'm the real life Iron. But I'm the real life Iron Man. No, you're not. I can't do it.
No, you're
I
not.
can't.
I,
I can't. I can't do a Johannesburg accent. It's too. I'm not racist enough to do a Johannesburg accent.
you can't go use Johannesburg accent. Oh, really? All right.
The only thing I can say with a Johannesburg accent is the name Johannesburg. It's the only thing I
Johannesburg.
can.
Yeah, I
Johannesburg,
know.
South Africa, South Africa. I'm just like, why are you speak Swahili or leave?
Well, like, okay, so like I do, all right. There is good news and there is
mm,
bad news. Uh
mm,
the bad news is
yeah.
are we going to be able to prevent the big climate change? Wait, was I on the good news or the bad news?
Bad
I was
news.
on the bad news. Yeah, we can't prevent that. It's
Well, no,
it's
of
it's
course not.
done. It's done. It's done. It's coming. Now, here's the good news. The good news is it'll be bad, but it'll be okay as long as we remember we're human.
See, that's the thing. Like, there's nothing we can do about it, but there is in that sense. But like, the most we can do right now is promote our collective well-being, and if we start making larger changes within the next 5 years, we can do a little bit of harm
Oh,
reduction.
we'll end up doing a lot of harm reduction for one simple reason.
Is it because a lot of people gonna die?
A lot of, well, yeah, that's part of it, but
Mm.
more because the old way of doing things ain't gonna work anymore. It's not gonna work anymore. You can't
Well,
you can't drill under the conditions those areas are gonna be in the future. You can't just drill, baby, drill.
it's interesting.
You know, a bunch of shit is gonna, a bunch of fundamentals that our civilization is based on, they're gonna go away because we can't get to them anymore.
Well, I mean, how to put it? Additionally, I mean that is absolutely true. But additionally, it's called late stage capitalism for a reason, Jack. It's because it's like, no, this shit's gonna go down.
Oh yeah, it has to. It
It's
has to. It's just the thing that's scary is I know what, how to put it. I know what that means. It ain't pretty. You know,
no.
end state, the end of capitalism is not going to be a pretty sight. It's going to be really rough. It's not going to be anything we can't survive. Humans survived the collapse of Rome. They survived the destruction of Egypt. They survived. We have survived
Hey, hey,
everything.
hey. I agree in spirit with what you're saying, but let's not compare Rome to the Egyptians. The Egyptians don't deserve that.
Oh, fair enough. You know, that's fair. That's fair. But what I'm saying is, look, Rome is overrated as far as
It's
it's
everything.
way,
Yeah.
yeah, it's way overrated in terms of everything. It is still extremely important. It's very
Oh,
important, but
I
the
mean,
fact that we credit everything with Rome is not because of history. It's mythology.
and
That's what I'm saying.
if you out there are listening and watching at home, if you're thinking to yourself, well, actually, the Roman Empire is one of my favorites. I hate to tell you. Actually, no, I don't hate to tell you. You're basic.
Oh
You're
yeah.
basic.
Yeah. That's being the basic bitch of history.
And hey, you can
The
be a basic bitch. That's
funny
fine.
thing though,
But that's just not who we
funny
are.
fucking thing though, the contributions of Egypt cannot be overstated.
They really can't.
Holy shit. Because like, well, I mean, for one very basic reason, which is it withstood thousands of years and a collapse and rebuilt itself. Like
It's
Rome
kind of,
collapsed and just that was it. There's never going to be a Rome again. Not in those terms. But Egypt did it. Egypt pulled it off.
Egypt said, "Hold my drink, watch this shit."
Yeah, it did. They came back, you know, and they came back when like the Greeks and the Romans and shit were around. They came back when the Phoenicians were in full swing.
Oh,
You know, like that's impressive. You know, what I it's one of those I want to know what it was that they were able to do that because when the first thing like kind of fell apart, it kind of did so really hard.
mhm.
You know, like they lost arable land, you know, and then I mean they ended up losing arable land again, but yeah, it was a few thousand years after the previous time. Yeah,
Also, also,
usually empires like that don't come back when they fall that hard. You know,
also, something that can be said about Egypt.
Rome gave you the aqueduct wrong.
Rome did not give us the aqueduct.
That was oh no, oh wait, no, he's quoting Life of Brian. The
Oh,
aqueduct,
okay.
you know, it's like yeah, they brought the aqueduct to that region, but like the aqueduct was actually
But
created by the Greeks. It's a Greek invention.
Mhm. Except for the aqueduct, roads, infrastructure, public safety, medicine, and health, what have the Romans ever done for us? Brought peace. No peace. Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah, you know, but like yeah. It's one of those things where like the reason I get mad at the whole like, you know, how often do you think of Rome is I find myself going, man, if you think Rome is responsible for all of this, you're buying into that a kind of unspoken ethno-nationalist lie about how the world works.
No,
You
it's
know, because the ancient world was super globalist. Like all those ancient cultures that you like read about in history, like check the dates on that. They were all in communication with each other at one point. So much so that there are gods of that communication.
yeah. And sometimes they form hybrids. It's really
Mm-hmm.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Hermes Anubis is one of my favorite ones
I
because
know,
it's like,
right? You're like,
because like what?
who
Because like
put
what is this?
those two together? Yeah.
Someone who really needed to speak to a person who might be dying. Um, but no, and also something that's awesome about ancient Egypt. Fucking a couple trans pharaohs. I don't see any trans Roman emperors. The fuck is this about, guys?
Yeah, Babylon had a lot of trans priests in the Temple of Ishtar. Like, that was a rank. That was a known thing. Because men couldn't really be inducted into the deeper mysteries of Ishtar.
Also, literally, Ishtar's.
But the Gala, the men who lived as women, they could.
And then also, let's not forget that ancient Babylonians had some concept of gender fluidity or non-binariness, because literally Ishtar's like favorite person is an androgynous non, like, both
Oh yeah, no,
gender.
both her and her sister have a thing for like transgender boys.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
Yeah, like according to the mythology, and like what was it? Which one's Ishtar's father? Is it Ea?
Yeah, the
I
sky god, right?
yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's Ea.
yeah,
Yeah, he's the one who created them. The pretty transgender boys.
yes.
He specifically creates them so that they can act as psychopomps. Because it's one of those weird things where it's like no man or woman may leave the underworld, but
I I am both and neither.
yeah, but if you are both and neither, you could get into the underworld and come back. Like there's look, what we're saying is in some days trans people were considered to have magic powers, Jack.
Hi, welcome to the gender queer community. We're better than you.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and it's also why I get really frustrated when people say, "Well, how come none of this is mentioned in history?" It's like because things get left out sometimes on purpose.
Also, the concept, why isn't this message, why did I never learn this in history? I'm like, you mean your high school history 101 class that you fell asleep halfway through anyway, because like that entire section of the core curriculum is bullshit? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, how many hours of like history do you have to spend studying history to be considered an expert? It's like a few hundred to a few thousand. Now, how many hours is actual history? Oh, millions, but that's a lot.
Like, how to
It's a
put it,
lot.
I consider myself to have a bit more of a robust historical knowledge than others, but I would never call myself an expert,
Yeah, and one of
because
my
that's
one of the things I hate. This is a big sticking point
mhm.
with me and uh, people who talk about Egypt. Okay, first of all, Egypt didn't become important because fucking Alexander the Great conquered it. Alexander the Great conquered it because it was important.
Yeah, he was showing off.
Yeah, he was totally showing off. And his rule did not last. As soon as he was gone, the Egyptians were like, all right, let's get this white boy out of here. Let's get this swarthy Greek asshole out of here.
Quick, get rid of this Macedonian.
Get rid of this Macedonian piece of shit. What the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna conquer it for daddy. Yeah, but could you hold it, bitch? Take a have no Sobek cover this man in jizz, his body in jizz, and send it back. Like
I'm gonna conquer it for my father. Which one? Your mythological one or your real one who you had a very toxic and complicated relationship with?
yeah. So it's that whole like, were the pharaohs black? Now the real answer
Some of them, yeah.
is not technically, but the technicality is kind of bullshit.
That
The technicality is BS, and that technicality is there was no such thing as quote unquote black until the 1400s.
If if the question is, were there a decent amount of pharaohs who, if we as modern day Americans saw them physically, we'd go, that's a black man?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of them. In fact, most of them. You know, like a lot of them, because one thing they definitely were from is the African continent. That cannot be debated.
Hey, Jack, remember that time when like the Nubians had their own society and then said, huh, Egypt's kind of falling to shit. I'm going to go rebuild that.
Yes. Yes, right? You know, like, but like, yeah, it's like Egyptians were known to be dark. They were dark enough that the Greeks looked at them and went, "What?" That's dark right there. Black as the ace of spades, they was.
I really need people to stop depicting Nefertiti with a crown.
Oh no, because that was her hair.
Yeah, that's an afro, my dude.
Yeah.
That's her hair, my guy.
Yeah, like because we found it.
Yeah, more specifically, we found references to it, and we found in the homes of upper middle class to upper class Egyptians from her reign had the women wore afro wigs to emulate Nefertiti's like very large head of hair.
Yeah. They literally, it's literally I don't even know how much. It's probably partially a weave, but it was mostly actually just her hair. You know, that damn thing. And so if you're like, how come whenever you're like in the hood, there's always someone who's really good at doing black hairstyles? Well, it's super cultural. It's super cultural. All those techniques passed down that still are here. You know, that's how the weave. That's how they came up with the weave, where they were like, actually, man, hair sticks around, right? We could just like tie that in, couldn't we? And due to the nature of the hair, yeah, they can.
Also, it's one of those things of like, if you've ever wondered why there are so many black women who have necklace pendants and earrings that have the bust of Nefertiti, I'm like, because she were black.
Oh, she was. Oh yeah, she is what she very neatly falls into the category of what we would call black today. Because before she was the queen of Egypt, what was she the queen of?
Nubia.
Nigeria.
I'm sorry, Nigeria.
You know, like, oh, you gonna tell me the queen of Nigeria wasn't black? Is the space pope reptilian? Come on.
The space pope.
You know, like come on, man. Give people something. They're at least as related to what we consider modern day blacks as Grecians are to ancient Greeks. You know, good God.
Yeah, no, the only bit of that thing that's like not her hair is like that little like banded crown that she wore that like kind of tucked up in the back.
Yeah, because that's like a hair. It's like a hairpin. It's like a hair clip.
Yeah, it's a giant hair clip.
It's a giant jeweled hair clip is what it is, you know? And I'm like, which also freaks me out because I'm like, wait, that thing's made out of like gold. That, you know, of course it's made out of solid gold. And you're like,
oh yeah,
that bitch gotta be heavy. And the fact that it's like, it's like, man, the hair is that dense. And not going anywhere, that's the clip.
Well, you know, here's the thing. You say that, but I will say that like there is something to be said about things made out of solid gold because not as heavy and dense as you would think.
Yeah, but it's not as light as like tin or nickel. It's like it's almost the same weight as lead.
No, but like, you know, but like tin and nickel react weird to.
Oh yeah, no, you don't.
You don't want that.
Yeah, gold is nice and hypoallergenic. Yeah,
No, exactly.
even silver will give you that funky greenness if it's not made right.
No, exactly. Like right now, for instance, like it's why. Oh, I'm not wearing my chain right now. I took my chain off when I took a shower, but uh my chain is pure 14 karat. This is 24 karat. These are 18 karat. It's like,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, it's like stainless steel is lighter, but like they didn't have that at the time. It was too hard to make. You know, couldn't get all the
That,
impurities out to make the crystal bond strong enough.
no, exactly. Um and plus there was like at the time it's like, well, there's enough gold to do shit, so we'll do shit with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because, you know, like, well, you know, like Nefertiti's hair. I'm pretty sure Nefertiti's hairdresser basically did just that.
Yeah.
You know, like that was her like sole job was like doing the family hair, you know, because that would take how long does it fucking take to fucking do cornrows? It takes a while and fucking
It
and wraps and
it
things like that. It takes a while. Now imagine that times 10.
it it does take a hot minute. But hey, um it, it at least her Imperial Highness wasn't like fucking rocking box braids. That would have taken a whole afternoon. Cause she had a lot of hair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no, it's just it's so cool because finding out that that was a hair was her hair was just so cool because it's like I guess you could do that. I Well, who would have thought of that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe people who have that kind of hair, you know, the people we today call black people.
Wait, speaking of which, what time is it? It's okay. All right. I don't have to put my hair up yet.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
cool.
cool. Yeah, but yeah. I actually find the global world to be very, very interesting. Um, especially culturally, you know, like things that you take for granted that are that only exist because of globalism. Chocolate that
Yeah,
only exists because of globalism. Coffee only exists
vanilla.
because of globalism.
Vanilla.
Vanilla, yeah, only.
Nutmeg. Oh my god, the amount
Yup.
of lives that were lost over nutmeg.
Italian cooking. Italian cooking does not, as you understand it, does not exist until North America is pretty well colonized because
Because
tomatoes only grew
in the
in the
Americas,
Americas. Yeah, that's where they from. Chinese food. Chinese food's a real interesting one. That is a super interesting one because that's globalism of a type that people don't think about, which is globalism that was happening in Asia because Europe and Asia is separated by them mountains, right? So not as much got through.
mhm.
I mean, a lot did. You know, there was that whole Kubla Khan, you know, like that was a big deal. And you
Oh,
could do it, yeah, and you could do it, but a lot of Asian cooking also depended on things that were abundant in the areas, but weren't abundant anywhere else because it was harder to grow. Like the marshes of Asia are perfect for rice. They're perfect.
oh yeah.
But you go to like Europe in those days, not so much, not so common,
Dude,
you know, because the, the, the marshlands that they had, you it wasn't going to work. It
You
didn't work
wanna
that well.
you want to know? You want to really? want to really understand how much Western people don't understand Chinese rice patties. Um, it, they had rice patties in Mulan when they were in the north, and I'm like, no, no.
Yeah, and rice didn't really become like super a thing until the people who had the cultural knowledge of how to work it really started to spread that. Like it actually got to like it's funny because it actually did better in Africa than it did in Europe.
Well, you know, um, the various and beautiful tribes, nations, and clans of people on the African continent um, know good taste when they see it. We cannot necessarily say the same thing for our European brothers and sisters. Um,
Uh,
takes them a little bit um, to catch on,
yeah, yeah, and it wouldn't be till they got to America that you could like there were areas where you could have like large rice fields, you
and
know.
also speaking of food and culturalism, I'm just going to say it. I'm sick and tired to death of white American people going, "Oh, I made chicken paprikash." No, you didn't.
Oh,
No, you,
oh.
no, you didn't. You stop that right the fuck now. I'm like, hi, this dish that you have is like closer to yellow than orange. Well, yeah, yeah. Why is that?
Yeah, why is that happening? What's up with
Why is
that
that?
there?
It's like, well, I only, the recipe called for a tablespoon. Stop it. Fucking disgrace my ancestor
Oh
with your
man, yeah, like
bullshit.
it the I say this cookbooks ruined Americans.
Oh my god,
Cookbooks ruined Americans. Because okay, why do I say this? I say this because the one thing that a book can't really give you is knowing the best way to estimate and check your work because it can't transfer the knowledge of smell and taste.
and sight even.
Yeah, and sight even because like there are some cookbooks that do it like to the point where you could like see what it's supposed to look like and that helps. But those are relatively recent because it wasn't until like in the last like couple of decades that it was cost effective to have that number of pictures in a cookbook.
This is actually why this is why the invention of cooking shows in the United States. This is why this kind of revolutionized slightly like
Yes.
on mass
Agreed.
recipe.
Agreed.
Because here's the thing, it still doesn't give you like the full experience of being next to an actual person showing you how to make it, which is the best way to learn anything.
Yeah, because you
However,
get to it engages all the senses.
yes. However, this is like the next best thing because it at least engages your sight, your sense of hearing, and then also the person making it can get if they're a good enough uh, like intermediary teacher can communicate like the aromas and the tastes in a
Yeah.
way that at least
Yeah, if you
you can
get like a
like,
Julia Childs or Gordon Ramsay, they're really good at that.
I think you know who my favorite one always was,
Who?
but not because it was good, but because it was so very clear this woman was not in on the same planet as me. Um,
Yeah,
Barefoot Contessa. I loved the Barefoot Contessa because I'm like, you cannot be this way about everything.
yeah. Oh, fucking yeah, Justin Wilson, Cajun Chef, baby. That guy was that man was a treasure.
Oh, the one with the beard.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
want to try a little bit of lemon. You know, the thing I liked about him, he is a very particular type of cook. Excellent. because his whole thing was just basically almost everything he made on his show was you could just get the ingredients at the grocery store.
Yeah.
You know, if you could just get Old Bay, he wasn't going to tell you all the individual spices that you had to grind together in order to make it, because we don't got time. We don't got time for that shit. You know, like he would just be, you get your Old Bay in there, that's pretty good. And you're like, okay, this wouldn't be like high cuisine, but it is food you can make in your house right now.
And it's filling.
And it's good. Yeah, it's good. Will it be the best? Maybe, maybe not. But I'll guarantee it'll be fucking tasty. You know, and that is the biggest fucking thing. You know, it's also why I like Stale Cracker. You know, I feel like in many ways he actually is like the inheritor of Justin Wilson. You know,
Is
it's like that gonna be money, dude. All right, you put that. Oh, look at that shrimp right there. You know,
that's true right there now.
shrimp right there. That's all right. You know that money, dude. And I'm just like, God damn it, this is great. I actually, oh god, at Babylon, I actually based a character kind of off of him. Because I was like,
you will not believe this, my friend. We're actually from a far, far place, much, much different and farther away from all of this. Get out of town! You from Freeport?
you know what? But like, yeah. Because I was thinking a lot about De Rougarou.
Oh,
yeah, and I'm like, in many ways, it's like the Rougarou is kind of a type of werewolf.
mm-hmm.
You know, not exactly, but like close enough that if you start with that base, you know, it's an easy concept to like move over a little bit. You know, I
wish someone would do something with
Jesse,
it. It's not.
John's like, you keep trying to kind of convince Jesse you need a Rougarou.
Everybody need a Rougarou.
Everybody need a Rougarou. You're like, just don't let it get close to that baby.
Don't
Don't let your feet hang over the bed. Rougarou gonna eat them toes. You know?
We're gonna eat them toes.
Oh god, that was something that
You ever wonder why Uncle Louis got 3 toes under 1 foot?
Rougarou got him. Yeah, he tell you all about it. What tell about that meant to Rougarou? Oh, sit down. You know, sit down while I sit on this rocking chair and feed these gators. You know, oh, what do I think of Martin Yan? Martin Yan's amazing. Super important in the world of chefs. He is a god among chefs. Like, it's one of the things that's so fucking nice. If you see any of the events where like the modern chefs, like, you know, your Gordon Ramsays and such, are in a room and Martin Yan shows up, it's one of those things where you're like,
they lose their.
Oh no, they're like Jesus just appeared.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the amount of respect that man has among chefs is insane. It's above anything you've ever seen. And he's such a goofy guy. But it's totally the fucking like Oogway thing. They're all the young masters, right? This is the old master. This is the old master. That guy's got magic powers.
That guy sits there and
walks among men. You know?
He sits there and smiles and says, "Go, don't go, noodles, don't noodles." It does not matter.
It does not matter. Does not matter. Only matters is good. You know, let's see. Noodle. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Look at this. Okay, 4 points. 4 points. Very good. Oh no, I love Martin Yan. Also, one of San Francisco's great treasures. There, the culinary academy in the city is his.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Oh,
that's
the cute little cat girl was asking if I liked Yuppie Psycho. Am loving it. I am loving it because it's just so weird. I I I didn't think of having a cannibalistic dot matrix printer that moves around on little hands. You know, like I didn't think of that. You know, I didn't think of a lot of things in that fucking game, and I'm jealous.
which game is this?
Yuppie Psycho.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
game that it came out only a few years ago, but it's meant to look like King's Quest.
Hmm.
You know,
No, I remember.
yeah, it's really good. Oh, Uncle Roger. So is he Uncle Roger but advanced level? He's Martin Yan is Uncle Roger but god level. Martin Yan is would be considered one of the gods of cooking. Like if the Chinese
Martin Yan,
god of cooking in after he dies starts looking like Martin Yan, I'm not going to be surprised at all.
Martin Yan is Martin Yen is the being from which Uncle Roger draws his power.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And I absolutely like there's no way Roger that guy does not know who Martin Yan is. I guarantee he does.
I love when he comments positively on like little kids like making their first like fried rice for the first time. I love it.
Oh,
It's like
fried rice. You know. What did you put in there? Rice wine? Never seen that before. Very good. We'll taste it now. It's very good.
very good. Oh, you make sure to cook the egg so it don't stick. Okay, very good. You put the garlic and the green onion, and look, he don't waste the green part.
Very
He's
good.
young uncle in training.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the guy who plays Uncle Roger's absolutely based on Martin Yan.
Oh,
you know, completely. You know, oh my God, rice cookers, man. Yeah, no, I'm still racist about my rice cookers. I have Asian friends that think I'm just a fucking horrible fanatic
no,
because
you're
yeah, because they're like, well, you know, I have this rice cooker. I'm like, this is Black and Decker. This brings shame from the ancestors.
see, and you want to know, y'all at home, y'all want to know how uniformed Jack's opinion is about this? Watch this. Jack's going to understand what I'm about to say. Jack, I have the second best rice cooker on the planet. What brand is it?
Tiger.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's either Tiger or Zeroshi. So it's either got a little tiger on it or a little elephant. It's a seal of quality, that is. I mean,
I'll be honest with you. Every time I cook rice in my rice cooker, I feel proud of my brother because that was a Christmas gift that he got me. He knew that I wanted a rice cooker. He did not know the brands that I wanted. He did his own research, and when I opened it and it was a Tiger one, and I beamed. He literally looked at me and said, I couldn't find the Zeroshi, but I thought this Tiger model was very good for you. And I was like,
it is.
I was like, I've never been so proud.
Yeah, Zeroshis are absolutely the best, but they're also absolutely the most expensive. Now,
Because
yeah, because they're worth it. You know, but we're talking about like Tiger you can get for like 80 to $100. A Zeroshi is like 250.
but if you get the family sized Zeroshi with the pastel flower print on it, ooh, now you're dealing.
Oh no, that becomes a family fucking heirloom. That thing is gonna turn into a yokai in like 100 years.
yeah, no, if that's what you have, it's like, oh no, you're dealing like in like nine eye slash like Oba-chan like magic now. That's what you're doing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, Wish. Oh, I forgot that movie existed. Um,
Good.
I well, the thing that I saw, so I was looking at Wish, and I was like, well, this seems really basic.
Well, yeah,
Like
you know
even for
what?
a Disney flick,
Well,
like I expect a
you
certain amount of basic bitchness with a Disney flick.
but you know why that one is like that, right?
No,
Oh, oh, Jack. Let
no.
me
I looked at it and I was like, this
no,
doesn't look good.
no. You're right. It's not. And if you look even just a little bit, you'll see everyone who's ever seen it is like, this is fucking terrible. There's a reason why. You'll notice that if you look at when it came out and then how
Mhm.
long a movie like that would take, that this was being made during the SAG-AFTRA strike. So,
Oh,
so do you know who wrote it, Jack?
nobody.
AI wrote it, Jack. It's an entirely AI made film.
What?
That's why that's why nothing about it makes sense. Literally, it became a meme that the villain song literally made no sense. People have been making fun of it
Wait,
because
is that like is that factual? Is that actually how that movie got written?
yeah, yeah. That's why it's bad. I'm actually very glad it happened because
I'm stunned.
I'm actually very glad it happened because it proves that AI can't make a good movie.
Well, yeah, it doesn't
No, no,
understand emotions.
I know that it was common sense that it couldn't do it, but now there's like money numbers involved.
Yeah, well the thing is that the problem with AI is it due to the way it works, it can only ever be high fidelity mid because it works on probability and most things are mid.
I love, I fucking love Flashman in the chat. Wait, what?
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Like, really? They wrote it by AI.
yeah, which is why it's bad.
Whoa. Okay, I didn't
It's
know it went that deep. Like, I just looked at it and was like, wow, this looks like this had no imagination.
that's why it's my favorite thing that Disney has done so far this year because I'm like, no, you fucked yourself so bad.
Well,
It's brilliant. You know those kind of like terrible decisions that go down in history as being moments of vast human stupidity.
dude.
It's in there.
All
It's
right,
totally
I'm gonna say this.
okay.
So that's Starfield. So that's Starfield.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking spaceship to nowhere. I was sitting there and I'm like, I thought this was a role playing game. I thought you could do stuff. I thought there was gonna be stuff. This took 8 years? What were you fucking doing? And
Chase
I,
chasing a hyper specific tree.
no shit. I'm like, whose idea was it to not have aliens? You know, who was it who didn't, the what?
like
And
it's
not only does it not have aliens, it's also not as good. It's not like The Expanse either.
yeah, no, it's one of those things where if you want to take a if you want to experiment a little with like certain types of action presence oriented meditation. On that level, it's quite interesting. But as a game, nah.
Well, like, that's just saying that it's like Death Stranding because you don't understand it.
Let me fair.
You know, it
But
is not Death Stranding. Like, Death Stranding, I could tell was doing something. I didn't care for it. I didn't like it. I felt like it was a waste of my time, but I knew it was doing something.
however, I will say
This just
this.
felt like they were being, they just didn't want to write content. And I'm like, you mean the thing that you're famous for? You want to not do that? What? Why would. What? Why?
Man, I don't know. They don't know either.
No, I don't think they do. You know, and I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. This is bad. Like, I was like, yeah, they could recover from 76. That was a big hit, but like they could recover for it. Now I'm like, oh no, you're fucked. You are fucked. Like, all the goodwill is gone. You have nothing because everybody who would. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 fucking just ate your audience. It just took it and ran off with it by putting itself up on a shingle.
God,
It was just like Baldur's Gate 3 here, and it won. Which, it deserves it. But it was weird to go, are you holy shit, this game doesn't even place. That was so distressing. You know? Good lord. You know, man. Yeah, they could have made a better game. There were better games proposed that they could have done with
didn't
that
happen.
same concept even. You know, like I just don't understand it. The only thing that I can come up with is Microsoft buying Bethesda destroyed it, which is not an unforeseeable series of events.
See, this is what I will say. When it comes to any and all creative endeavors, when it comes to like, hey, what game are you going to fund? You know, like what project are you going to pursue? I will say this, and I've yet to be proven wrong. But to quote Erika Ishii, and I love her. To quote Erika Ishii, it always pays to follow the neurodivergent child.
Yes.
like do that.
Yes. Good lord, because like I got to tell you, like, art ain't safe. And people say they want safe art, but they don't. They lie. They lie.
The fuck is the point of that one?
I have no idea. And I've also Baldur's Gate 3 proved something to me that I was like, I already knew, but it's so good to have my assumptions confirmed. Because I knew it in my gut.
Well, the people want
my gut.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, people still want sex. People still like sex. They still do. They may not want to play their same gender or orientation or things like that, but they want it.
Well, yeah. Look, it's sex is like, and this is the thing that really gets me hung up, man. Is that I'm like, no, sex is like anything else. There's a market for it. Does everyone want it all the time? No. But do a lot of people want it at least some of the time? Yes.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with having it there. You know, unless it's just unless you do it without doing it. Like, that's how I kind of, okay, all right, let me put it this way. Hitman to me is a great example. That did it with tried that that tried to do sexy in a way that didn't really work. The irony being the opening scenes of Hitman 2 are better than anything in the video game as far as that's concerned. Nuns with machine guns, come on. Come on. Nuns in fetish habits with machine guns and high heels. Come on, dude. Like, that was doing it. That was doing it. It's like, oh no. If we're going to be gratuitous male sexual fantasy, we're going to go all the way.
Hey, look, man, this Battle
By
Sister.
By the way, John, I'm not saying you're wrong.
What did he say?
Todd Howard, Randy Pitchford, same person. I'm like, oh, whoa, man, fatality.
You know, sometimes when you're right, you're right.
Yes. Yeah, you can't. You're like, oh, I can't romance a kobold. Yeah, they didn't. Some things got to get cut. I'm still surprised at how many characters are romanceable, though.
See, but that's the thing, right? This is how I love this being a thing, right? Is that like, so many characters are romanceable. However, do you have to?
No,
you don't.
No,
it's a possibility of gameplay, but you don't have to pursue it. And I love that. Like when people are like, oh, I think sometimes sex gets too in your face and it's like never not an option. I'm like, I hear that. That's why I love when shit like this happens, where it's like, oh no, it's there if you want it.
Yeah. And here's where we also come into like kind of a big crossroads.
Mm-hmm.
Sex can't help but be in your face because we are all predisposed to stare right at it. How can it not be in your face? If it's there and you see it and you're not used to it, it's always going to feel in your face. Always. The only way you stop noticing it is if you're just around it all the time. And that doesn't even mean you don't get horny. Absolutely, it does. But you ain't pent up because you're like, it's like the scarcity thing, right? If you feel like sex isn't scarce, you're not as hung up on it because it's just like, oh yeah, it's just fucking over there. You know, even if you're not the one getting all of it, right? That's how gay culture works. That's how gay sexuality and shit like that works. It's like, no one's worried. Gay men are not worried about not getting laid anymore. They're worried about people making it. They're worried about people making that be the case. Because it's not naturally the case. It has to be artificially induced.
I have an opinion somewhere in this. I'm just not quite sure how to formulate it. You know, it's like I just really would love if I never had to talk to heterosexual people ever again.
Well, see, that's different though.
I would just really like it.
Well, well, they're the biggest. They're the most sexually repressed.
No. white middle class heterosexual people are the most sexually repressed. Um,
Oh,
well,
oh yeah. Well,
at least,
I was assuming that's what we were talking about.
yeah, no, at least in the United States.
Yeah.
I can't say that worldwide because worldwide,
Oh
South
yeah, I'm
Korean,
sure there are others.
yeah.
I don't know what they are. I mean, Japan's pretty bad. Um, but we as Americans don't need to deal with that on a daily basis. You know, if you're in America, it's going to be middle class white people and any place which skews Republican. You know, it that's where you're going to find it because that is the primary way in which Christianity functions.
I just kind of in general want to avoid the kind of areas where I'm likely to run into people named Cody, Courtney, and Bradford.
How about Dylan?
Fucking Dylan. There's one worse than Dylan.
Which is
And I'm gonna say it, and I expect there'll be a reaction at hearing this name.
all right.
Uh, Kyle.
Kyle is a very white name. Yes, it's a
But
very Caucasian name.
it's not just that it's a very Caucasian name. I have never met a Kyle I didn't kind of want to punch in the face. I literally have never I have never met a Kyle who I did not want to just punch directly in the face. Which for me, that's bad. I'm not a violent person. That's bad.
No, no, no. People in Japan want to fuck. There's just a whole society of repression, making that really awkward.
Like, uh, I'll tell you something. You know, okay. You know those. You know, whenever you see like internet memes that are supposed to be about a trashy white guy, and he's always like this gangly motherfucker with a chin that's a little too close to his neck, and he has a bowl cut with like thick.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. The last Kyle I knew was one of those people, but he talked like Eminem from 8 Mile. Non-stop. And I would just sit there and I would go, you
did not grow up in the right part of Jersey to be doing that. You need to
no,
stop.
And he would be like he would literally go like, oh no, because you know what I mean, son, like I'm from Trenton, and I'm like, no, you are not from Trenton. It's like, but you moved there. You are from Hillsboro. Shut the fuck up. I fucking hate you. You have a Polish Catholic last name, and you grew up in a house that had 3 floors. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You know. Oh my god. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. But not unusual. Not unusual. You know, for some reason, that whole area, the New York, that area of New York, like, you know, within spitting distance of New Jersey, like, has a lot of that. You know,
Makes me so mad.
yeah,
It makes me so mad.
Well, it's like, well, let's switch it up a bit. Let's go the other way.
Okay.
You've seen Reservation Dogs, right?
Yes.
Have you seen the one, the acid trip episode? One of the things I really like about the acid trip episode is the subplot of the white meth head who is rather he's somewhat knowledgeable about American Indian traditions, but he's only really familiar with I think the Apache.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very particular tribe that he's familiar with, and he's trying to extend that to where he is, but he's like in Colorado, and this reservation is not those guys.
Yeah, I think are they Kickapoo? Is that what they are?
Something like that, yeah. Like very, very, very little talked about
Mhm.
tribe, but actually one of the most common. And the thing I like about that character is you realize throughout the episode, first of all, he might have a Native American ancestor somewhere, but it wouldn't like count, if you know what I mean.
No, I do.
Yeah,
I
it's
do.
so far back there, maybe, and it's still a maybe. But he considers himself just part of the community, and that's all he really wants. Even if he is like the meth head, like drug dealer of the reservation, he still considers himself part of the reservation. And that was really interesting because during the course of the show, that episode, you're like, oh, that's really all he's looking for. That's really all he's looking for. Like, he just wants that connection with the people he lives around.
Well, because okay, there's it kind of lends itself to this conversation I've been having lately with some of the indigenous American people who I do know, which is that God, I forget her name, but there is this indigenous activist in Canada who everyone is starting to throw shit at because people are starting to remember the fact that that she was adopted into her tribe.
Oh, that's the connection.
Yeah,
This You're talking about the writer of Skinner, right?
I think so. I think so. I'm not entirely sure, but I know that she's a First Nations activist up in Canada. I do know this, and people are starting to like give her shit about that. I'm just like, but the nation she says she is part of acknowledges her. It's like, yeah, but she doesn't have the genetic. I okay, random white man. I need you to realize that if the nation says she's part of the nation, that's where your right to have an opinion ends. Because no one wants to talk about this. No one wants to talk about this for some reason, that there are certain First Nation and Indigenous tribes and nations and clans that will say that, hey, even if you're not ethnogenetically part of us, if you get raised, if you get adopted and raised within this, you are officially part of it, regardless of that. There are some nations that say that. There are some nations that don't say that. But for those who do, when they say that, that's when everyone else's right to have an opinion is should be done. You don't have the right to tell the indigenous people how their culture should work.
Yeah, yeah. The show is called Trickster, by the way. I looked it up. And the thing about
Mm.
Trickster is it's really good. It's done very much in that same vein as Reservation Dogs, but it's a straight up horror story, horror TV show. about a boy who discovers like he is skinwalker. And the reason that he has these powers is because his dad is Raven.
Fucking hold up. You over here saying skin pedestrian names and shit. Fuck. Like, no, get shit away from me.
Yeah. And his dad is like straight up Raven.
Like,
Of the Pacific
oh,
Northwest.
so this is the guy who stole the sun for us.
Yes,
That guy.
yeah, that guy. It's him. And one of the first things that happens, the first overtly supernatural thing that happens, because there's some weird stuff, but you're like, okay, that's just weird stuff at the moment. But the first overtly supernatural thing that happens, main character is like walking home, because that's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a raven on the side of the road rapping.
Nope. Mm-mm. No. No. That's you look down slightly straight ahead. You do not make eye contact anywhere else, and you walk home. You do not.
Oh no, that's totally what he does. He's like, nope, no. I'm not looking at that. I'm not listening to it. I'm just gonna keep going.
We're just gonna go home, and it's like, and if someone calls my name, then we're really just walking home.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, it's pretty good. And the guy who I don't know, the guy who actually plays Raven.
Mm-hmm.
I hold on. Check Stir IMDb. I don't want to get this wrong.
It's like
do.
I think the I think one of my favorite personal moments I've ever had was someone, and this actually happened. Someone came up to me.
The guy did a voice in fucking Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty.
Oh, what's the actor's name?
The actor's name is Kalani Quepo.
Okay, cool. With a QU or without the
QUEYPO.
Okay, cool. I will definitely look this dude up.
Yeah, he's actually he's been the Native American guy in a bunch of shit. He's like Lou Diamond Phillips if he was actually Native.
Oh, I'm so sad that I understand that.
Yeah.
But
no, Lou Diamond Phillips is Latino.
Which now that doesn't mean not indigenous, but not the way he gets portrayed.
Not the way he's used in movies.
But but no, this is one of my favorite, speaking about shit like this. This is an actual experience I had, which someone who I know who at one point lived like a little further out in this, like a little further south in the state than me, a little more out in the sticks, said, like, was talking to me like, hey, like, you're into weird shit, right? And I'm like, why are we asking this question? Well, it was weird. I was like outside. I was taking my trash cans out to the curb, and I was walking back in, and I heard whistling. Like it sounded like someone was whistling, like way off, and I was like, "No, you didn't."
Oh no, that's skinwalkers, man.
That's what I said. I didn't say that. I just looked at them. I'm like, "You did not hear that." No, I didn't. No, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear anything. You didn't see anything. you are not going to ask questions about anything. You are just going to go about your life and pretend like that is not there, because it's not there. And that was the beginning, middle, and end of my input. And I don't know if they followed my advice, and I never bothered to find out, because at that point I was like, no, no. I told you the thing. If you don't listen to me, that's not my problem.
Yep.
Nope.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Big old.
that's another thing I'm trying to figure out how to work in. As far as a player thing is concerned, you know, the skinwalker. Because there is a bit in the history where the Europeans beat the Americans, you know, what eventually becomes known as the Americans. And the big thing that the monsters of Europe discover from the Native Americans is, wait, you can deliberately turn yourself into shit. Like we do if you were like already a vampire, you could turn into like a bat and things like that. But you could like, there are literally rituals that make you nightkin.
I'll say, when it comes to like trying to work it into a playable thing, I will say this. I will say this. If you make it so a character can be that, but they didn't have to kill an innocent person to gain that power, I am going to lose a little bit of respect for you about that. No. I'm absolutely serious, because I am so sick of. No one has done it successfully, but I'm so sick of people trying to romanticize this monster in any way, shape, or form. I'm like, no, you get to do that because you've done terrible, terrible things. That's what that is.
Oh, what's my theory on the clown epidemic of 2016? Oh, you see, that was an invasion from outside. That they're known as the fright clowns. They lay eggs. They don't take too long to gestate. But the problem is that they're kind of rabid. They won't not eat children. And that's a problem. So the other monsters kind of have to like put them down. Otherwise, there are too many eating kids. And
that
they don't like that. That causes problems on a lot of levels. They are an invasive species, and they need to be stamped out.
They're like Japanese. They're like lantern flies.
Yeah, or June bugs. You know, you just got to deal with them. So if you see a clown, well, the thing is that there's also a clown gang, but they're not fright clowns. They're just people with a clown motif. Like vampires with clown motif. And then there are the fright clowns, which are like killer clowns from outer space.
I love how I'm the weird one for actively enjoying clowns.
Well, I mean, someone clearly does. You know, we keep having them. People obviously like them. But, yeah, man, you gotta be careful. Why are they smiling so much?
Why
are they always such a good mood? You know?
I legitimately find them funny and entertaining.
See, that's that neurodivergence. No, I'm just kidding. I just
fucker. Clowns make me laugh, and I have an appreciation for the oh my god, the god, what's the black and white one, the Poirot. I have an appreciation for Poirots, for Augustes, for white faces, yeah, I know all the classifications, Jack.
Little cat girl is like, you need to turn that into a book. It's going in a book. It's in a book. It just hasn't been published yet.
One day.
One day, possibly one day, within the next couple of years, actually. You know, it's just, man, doing everything yourself when you're making a TTRPG is a long process. And to be honest, even if I had like help, I don't know that it would have cut down on any of the time, because it does take about 2-3 years to fully develop a real setting.
I will say this, and I have no idea how much influence what I'm about to say is going to have, and I don't know how much of it is applicable, but I would feel wrong if I didn't say it, which is just try to make sure that you're not overwriting, because with the initial setup,
no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, because I'm just saying, because like with the initial setup of anything, like how to put it, if the 5e manual were any thicker than it currently is, I would drop kick it.
I absolutely know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that manual for the size and scope of 5e, I'm like, this is perfect. Keep it like that.
Yeah, like I gotta be honest. When I see like the size of, like, for example, the new vampire manual, I'm like, whoa, that's a big book. You know, I don't know if we're doing ourselves any favors by making books this big right now.
Like, I don't think people understand this. Like, when it comes to, it's equally true of like fictional novels as well as it is of like tabletop RPGs, which is
Oh yeah,
just as criminally wrong as underdevelopment of the world is
yeah,
overdevelopment.
yeah. Because you don't want to overdevelop it, otherwise there's nothing for people to do. You're like, well, it's a great world, but why do I matter? That's a problem.
And you know, and that's the thing. If you overdevelop the world, you kind of consequently, like if it's a game, you consequently end up like making the mechanics of gameplay way too difficult, and then it's
Yeah,
like, and then
yeah,
fucking play it. You
yeah,
know,
yeah. The biggest, like, yeah, it's a huge issue. It
yeah,
is a huge issue, and a lot, and back in, here's the funny thing, back in like the early 2000s, big manuals like that were okay. Like, they were okay because you knew you were getting a lot of shit for the money. But now that they
right.
are getting so expensive, it's like it doesn't necessarily matter that you're getting a lot of value if it's like a $60 fucking, if you're plunking down $60.
Mm.
Can you do that? Can you afford that?
You see,
You know, that's the
my thing,
cost of a video game, you know, like,
I I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be wrong. Which is that if you're someone who's trying to create a TTRPG,
mm-hmm.
I feel that an like an affirmative future goal or mark post of success for you should be people homebrewing shit within your world
I
setting.
agree. I agree. I absolutely fucking agree. You know,
If
that's
if
always the sign of a successful TTRPG if people are homebrewing shit.
yeah, like if people, I have only been playing, I've only been playing D&D for like only several years, but in that little bit of time, I've come to realize that, yeah, if no one's homebrewing shit, it's either because uh people don't feel there's enough of a foundation to stand on to make their own shit, or
Yeah, which is
this is so or this is so overbloated that people don't feel like there's room to make their own shit. It's one or the other,
yeah.
and it's bad.
Yeah. D&D has the advantage of potentially being so wide that setting is cool, but we all know you're going to kind of do your own thing, right?
No, exactly. It's kind of it's the strength of my. Do you know what my favorite show is right now?
What?
Dimension 20.
I am unfamiliar.
Okay, you remember College Humor?
Yes.
Well, they have a streaming service now. It's called Dropout.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah. And Dimension 20 is one of the shows on their streaming network. And I think it's really fun because it's usually the game master is usually Brennan Lee Mulligan. And it's so each season is different and it's so fucking homebrewed. It's amazing. Like
Yes.
one of my favorites that he did, it was God, I think it was like the 7th or 8th season. I forget what it was, but it's called A Crown of Candy. It's D&D 5e, but the whole premise is, hey, what if Candyland but Game of Thrones?
Neat.
It's really
That's
fucking
neat.
it's
Yeah.
really good. Or was it the current season that's on is called Burrow's End. It's
Yeah.
D&D it's D&D 5e, but it's, hey, Watership Down but Stoats mixed with Secret of Nim, and there's communists. It's just
Actually,
like,
the funny thing is that that's actually one of the things I want to be able to do with Babylon,
mm,
which is it's the same setting, it's the same world, but you're playing like the little cryptids that show up. Like you're playing like the chupacabra or the Meowlathotep, um, or the vampire or the hellhound. Like you're a little group of animals doing things, you know, that are still technically part of the city of Babylon, but then I can don't notice. Why? Because they're human sized. They do the human like thing. They do human like things, whereas the animals do something else. But they still like because it was all based on like Dream of a Thousand Cats. You know, it was all inspired by like Dream of a Thousand Cats because like just that image of like Dream as like this giant black tomcat. I was like,
hey man,
ooh, that's how they see the King of Dreams, right? Of course he would be a cat, you know?
hey man, Neil Gaiman is a fucking genius.
Yeah. You know, but giving them like this little sub universe that exists alongside it, but like everyone would be like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, little, you know, playing little animal guys. Like they have a thing. They got stuff. They're smarter than you think. You know?
They've got their own mythology that they made up.
Yeah, they have their own mythology, their own powers. You know, they follow their own spirituality. They have gods. You know, how do they see the chthonic ones? Who is Babylon the Great to a kitty cat? You know, is she still a human, but is the human that always gives you milk and pets? Is she a giant cat woman? You know, what is she? What about the great horned one? Who is the great horned one of dogs? You know,
Oh,
who is Leviathan to them? You know,
who
the
is what?
great Leviathan, the great madness, the great void, the abyss, the thing
Oh,
which separates all that is from all that is not.
whatever it is, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but whatever it is to them, it lives it lives behind that door at the pound that no one comes back.
Yeah, right. Like that's where they see that shit, you know. And how do you, like how does it bring you in? Because you are a being, you exist. It speaks to you. The underworld speaks to all. You know.
Speaking of the underworld and cats, I made someone get very high with me the other day and watch Feladay.
No, that's a great example. That's a great
I
example of that type of story. It's weird and fucked. That
it
thing is
was
so weird.
it was so funny because after the film was done, I looked over at them next to me on my couch and I went, "So what'd you think?" And they like stone faced, no emotion, just looked at me. I always thought of us as friends. I'm gonna have to re-examine that now.
Pussy.
And I
Could
was
he
just
not
like,
could he not handle the giant fat tomcat going like, I'm gonna rape that pretty little ass of yours?
seems like you, Bluebeard, seems like you've been cruising the gay scene. I'm sorry, what the fuck did that cat just
Wait,
say?
what just happened?
What,
Yes.
what what did he just say?
Yeah. And
But but take a smell. He was very excited when he died. Don't say it like
don't
that,
don't
please.
don't say it. Yeah.
Don't.
Like it's the thing is you're like, this is actually a really, really, really cool story. It's just upsetting that it's a cartoon.
It also, can I also say that it's kind of stupid as well because okay, all right, Claudianus's whole thing. I'm going to breed a eugenic super race of cats, and we're going to destroy humanity's control over. Okay, cool. I get the breeding part. That you've explained that in very graphic detail and made me watch it.
Yeah.
Um, that second part though, how how are you how? Because Claudianus, I'm not sure if you've noticed this about human beings, but we have guns and tanks and gas, and I don't think you thought this out. I
Well, yeah,
don't think
no,
there's.
he's a mad scientist.
Yeah, no, it's very step one underpants, step two, step three prostate.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. Because he doesn't because when you get right down to it, he doesn't think like a human. You know?
No, for as intelligent as he claims to be, for as much as he claims to be the smartest of cats and smarter than all the humans, he can't not think like a
Yeah, I
cat.
can't not think about the only one who and the main character is smarter than him.
Yeah, he is.
He actually like how to put it, like he actually does understand
That this is
eugenics and why it's not good. His spirit guide is fucking Mendel.
well, not Mendel. He's the
Yeah,
his
it's
his
Mendel.
no, it's not Mendel. It's the Catholic priest who was involved in early genetic testing.
Mendel.
No, Mendel was the Nazi.
No,
No, who am
you're
I?
thinking Mendel was the guy you just mentioned. The Nazi is fucking uh
Who am I thinking of?
hold on. Maybe I did fuck up. Now I'm doubting myself. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, I was right. Gregor Mendel. Um Nazi eugenicist. Um Nazi doctor. Mengele.
Okay,
Yeah, there's Mendel and there's Mengele. They're both German.
okay, okay. But yeah. Oh wait, yeah, because the film is originally in German and French and Dutch. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Like he's the guy, the priest that he's seeing. It's Mendel,
Yeah.
and it's kind of, in a way, it's the difference between Mendel and Mengele. Mengele wants to breed a super race. But Mendel would say that's ridiculous. That
Mendel
it
would
doesn't
just
work that way. You
Mendel's whole
know,
thing was look at the complexity of the human genome, isn't it
isn't
beautiful?
it beautiful? Yeah, yeah. But at the same time, killed a lot of cats.
I mean, it's I think it's so weird how selective we get about that.
Oh, like, hey, there's a reason why we have the image of the supervillain scientist.
Oh no. I meant it's so odd how selective we get about like, but he killed thousands of cats in his experiments. Aren't you eating a hamburger right now?
Oh, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we get so
Yeah. Oh,
selective.
yeah. We're very selective about that.
It's so fun. We're not.
We are
God, we
okay. All I can ever think of saying to stuff like that is we're limited by what we are.
no, we
I
are,
don't
we are.
exactly know what those limits are, but I know that we're limited.
You know that you ever sit back and have that moment of that realization of I know that we're just kind of spiraling in this evolutionary cul-de-sac that we're in, but I'm not entirely sure how to get us out. I'm aware
I
that we
actually, I actually, I have decided that that is the job of nature. I don't get to decide. It's a bad idea for anyone else of us to try to decide what that is going to be, because
no,
our
you're
limitations are
right.
so great. We
You
cannot see the disadvantages.
see, here's the thing. You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is the thing that's maddening is the self-realization is like the level of self-realization of I know we're stuck here doing this. I know it would be better if we weren't. I also know that A, I don't know how to get us out of that, and B, that even if I had an idea, it would probably be wrong.
Yeah, yeah. There's gonna be a consequence, but on the other hand, sometimes, well, what else are you gonna do? The distance between the hero and the villain is largely how far they're willing to take it.
No, this is true.
You know, the villain by any means necessary. The hero, up to the point it starts costing innocent lives.
Huh?
You know, the neutral the in D&D terms, the neutral person is up until the point where it starts costing human lives.
As was said recently on one of John Oliver's excerpts, the concept of we have this horrible trend where the minute that someone can objectively be viewed as a net positive for society, we stop trying to hold that person personally responsible or accountable for anything. And I'm
Yeah.
like, no, we can't do that. That's stupid.
Yeah. We have to come to terms with having to do that. It's uncomfortable, but it's even more uncomfortable the destruction that not doing it causes.
What of
It's
not
just
holding?
that we're used to it.
Oh, you mean of not holding them accountable? You mean?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Because it feels like if we do that, the foundations of our society will fucking crumble.
Well,
But the
you know what?
foundations of society are not held up by singular people.
One, true. Two, if like let's say hypothetically, oh, if we did do that, our societal foundations actually would crumble. Okay, so what?
Like, yeah, is that a bad thing?
You know,
Because the more I think about it, the more I think there is an objective's the wrong word. Because you need to have a subjective opinion in order to make this work. But there is a collectively agreed upon subjective view that says certain things. Eating babies is bad.
Yes.
You know, murdering someone for their stuff is bad. Stealing someone's stuff is bad, but it's not as bad as killing someone over it.
Yeah, because, like, you know, things are inherently replaceable.
Yeah, things are replaceable, people are not. You know, stuff like that. That is pretty much, in my opinion, what good is. It is the thing that tells you, I'm not going to do this if it's going to cause too much pain and suffering, because that's the thing I'm trying to prevent. That's the thing I'm trying to stop. I don't even know if it can be stopped. But I'll tell you this, there's a lot of suffering that humans cause that don't seem strictly necessary.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's one of those things that I'm not sure if I want to say it's one of those things that became more prevalent when, or it's one of those things that we became more conscious of when. I'm not sure which one is necessarily true. But one of those, it's either that the unnecessary suffering became more prevalent when, or we realized more of it when we really, really got the hang of manipulating our environments around us.
Yeah.
Because at that point, it's like, oh no, all of the, no punches pulled, all all options on the table now.
Oh, cute little cat girl's asking, who would you consider the worst / most evil fictional scientist? Oh, that's hard because, like, I could give you real scientists that I would consider to be extremely evil. A lot of people will go with Mengele, and that is an excellent choice, but I'm going to go back a little bit farther and say Fritz Haber.
Ooh.
Yeah, Fritz Haber, the father of chemical warfare, the creator of ammonia and chlorine gas. Now, here's the horrible part.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like, you know that moment in Rick and Morty where Rick is like, it's like that timeline where Hitler won World War II but cured cancer. You don't think about it. This is exactly that. This is almost exactly that. So, Fritz Haber creates ammonia. Why do we have ammonia?
To clean.
You're probably going to say to clean, but that's not it. That's another use for the chemical. The purpose of ammonia is
to clean is the socially acceptable majority way we have found to use it.
Yeah, no, there's a bigger one. There's a much bigger one that we do, but it's so fucking prevalent we don't even think about it. It's to put nitrogen in the ground. Why would we need to do that? Farming. Up until Fritz Haber developed the process to extract ammonia, the biggest problem with farming is that there wasn't enough nitrogen in the ground. But there's all this nitrogen in the air, more than you could ever use. So how do you get it to go back into the ground? Ammonia. He develops ammonia, and that allows you to do it. So when you put in all that fertilizer and all that stuff, it's high in ammonia. So it puts the nitrogen back in the ground so that the plants will grow from it, because that's a major source for them. That's a major energy source for plants.
It's why It's why if you're one of those people who are like, I don't drink soda, I only do water, juice, and tea. If you're one of those people, have I got news for
Oh,
you?
I got bad news for you. Yeah.
Your urine is great for plants.
Oh, yeah, totally.
If
You
you're one
know?
of those,
Yeah, but
right?
even that level, but you need, if you're gonna do big farming, like
Mhm.
you're gonna like stave off hunger for a population, you need more urine than people can piss out.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just saying, like when it comes to like how good ammonia is.
Oh yeah, no, ammonia is fantastic at this. It
Yeah.
is awesome. Unfortunately, it also creates a byproduct. And that byproduct is chlorine gas.
Yeah.
And chlorine gas does this horrible thing to aerobic life forms, which is all of us and your cat and your everything you think of as an animal that exists out of water. And that's this. The gas irritates the mucous membranes of the body. This includes your nose, this includes your throat, this includes your lungs. And it irritates them to the point that the body tries to eject it, but it can't because it gets in the cells. It gets right between the cells. And so, what does an animal body do when it has a massive infection that it's trying to expel from the body? It creates mucus. It creates mucus and pus. So your lungs fill up with this stuff and you die on dry land. How bad? And how bad? Now
Hmm.
you're like, but did he mean to do this? Well, not until he discovered it.
And
And
then he said,
then
"Ooh."
and then he said this byproduct would be great in warfare. So they created huge amounts of it, put it in tanks, put it on soldiers, and had their first experiment in battle, in combat. The description of that fight is horrific. So horrific, in fact, that decades later, when they had the Geneva Convention and all that shit, chemical warfare was outlawed. Now, the outlawing of chemical warfare is odd. It's the thing that no one is supposed to do, but everyone does it to one level or another. But he was the mastermind behind using it in war. So when you see those pictures of dudes in war with the gas masks and the fucking hoses, that's what they're avoiding. That a person with that mask is either trying to avoid chlorine gas or is spreading it. This is where
this
Dr. Poison from Wonder Woman comes from.
this is also where our this is also in part where our fascination with plague doctors comes from.
Yes.
Because even though it's plague doctors are not, even though plague doctors and their specific masks are not references to this, post World War One, it's hard to not make the connection.
Yeah, because they look that the mask is similar. Like
Mhm.
that's the reason that those gas masks look like the old plague doctor masks. It's what they thought of when they made them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in my mind, he's one of the most evil scientists. Now, here's the thing. He did eventually meet his doom, essentially by his own hand. Because
Hmm.
he he was he was German, but he was also Jewish. So
Uh,
little bit later, after World War One, there's this thing called World War Two, which you may remember, you may have heard about. And he
and
was one
he becomes a
of he
victim of
becomes a
it.
victim of the Holocaust. But here's the thing, and here's the thing. Zyklon B, the gas used in the death chambers,
Is a derivative.
is a derivative of his research because it still kills people by chlorine gas. It's just a different delivery method that is easier to handle. Pellet form.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible. Very horrible. You know, but hey. Europe has abundant crops because of his research as well. What are you going to do with that? You don't think about it, Morty. That's what you do with it.
Scream existentially into the void.
Yes. Yeah, and that's why it's shit like that that makes me go, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if there's a plan. I certainly don't see a plan outside of the cycle of evolution. That's the closest thing I see to a plan.
But then to simultaneously go, but we are also hairless monkeys who try to kill each other with vapors.
Wouldn't he want the guy to work for him? No, he's Jewish. He is Jewish, therefore he is corrupted by Bolshevism. Hitler was stupid. That's the answer. He was super racist, and he was super stupid because of his racism. He thought he could fucking defeat the Russians in the middle of fucking winter because they were too Jewish.
No, my friend. He did not, and this is, you're not, the intent of your statement is not wrong. A detail of your statement is wrong.
Oh, yeah? Okay, go on.
Which is that, and I hate when people say this. I hate when people say that Hitler made the same mistake that Napoleon did with Russia, because I'm like, no, Napoleon
made that was a slightly different mistake.
Yeah, no, Napoleon made the mistake of trying to attack the Russians in winter. Hitler made the mistake of not doing any further research on Russian seasons. And Hitler tried to attack Russia during Rasputitsa, which is the mud season after everything thaws, but before spring properly begins, when everything turns to mud and panzer tanks just sink into it.
Mm-hmm.
He was a dumb man. Also on a lot of meth. He was on a lot of meth.
Yeah, Hitler was actually not that bright. You know.
Also, his body was just falling apart.
Oh, yeah.
Like at the fucking seams. Do you know, because of how terrible his diet was, mixed with how many fucking amphetamines and like distillations of heroin he was on all day, he produced so much grease and sweat and oil that he had to change his shirts 3 times every day.
Oh.
He was a nasty little sauerkraut sucking little man.
And I don't care what anyone says, I have no sympathy for Eva Braun. She killed herself good.
Yeah, why would you have sympathy for Eva Braun?
I see it come up every once in a while.
No, those people are stupid.
Yeah, well, there are also people who have like sympathy for Melania Trump, and I'm like, no, none, absolutely none. You know, that's that. Oh, we have that. That's the we have to protect the white women fucking reflex. That's what that is.
I would like to. Nothing would.
Yeah, Hitler was a big tweaker. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like, hey, you remember how like one of the main reasons that the battles started to go really, really bad was because at one point a messenger came in from the field to tell Hitler that a battle had gone south, and Hitler was so upset and tweaked out that he took out his revolver and shot the man dead, so people stopped telling him shit. And he was making up battle plans with battalions that were no longer there.
Yeah, oh my god, which guy was it who he put in command right after he shot that guy? He immediately fucking created a new ministry and then just put the guy next to him in charge. I
Was
don't
it?
I think it was Himmler. No, it wasn't Himmler. It wasn't Himmler and it wasn't Hess. It was somebody else.
Oh wait, was it the crap? Was it the leader of the SS?
No, that was Himmler, wasn't it? Himmler was in charge of the SS, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, no, he was. These fucking crowd
By this
names.
point, but I know it's not Hess because it was the message that Hess had flown to Britain that caused this.
Yes. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna look this shit up.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it. He's one of the even lesser Nazis.
Goering.
Oh, it was Goering? Okay.
Hermann Goering, who actually, I believe Goering was the head of the SS. Goering was either the head of the SS or he was the head of the Thulian Society. I forget which one.
Yeah, it was one of those. Hermann Goering, who was what was the name of the guy who was clearly closeted gay?
That was Rudolf Hess, wasn't it?
No, that wasn't Hess.
Okay. My God.
It might have still been Hermann Goering.
No, it wasn't, because the guy you're thinking of was a rather rotund man.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He was head of the Air Force. Will the toothbrush mustache ever come back? No, it's poisoned forever.
Ernst Röhm. Ernst Röhm is the gentleman we're thinking of. Also, the toothbrush mustache. There's only one person, only one, in the past 30 years who could do it. He did do it. He got away with it, and then as soon as he got away with it, stopped it immediately. That's Michael Jordan. Everyone, remember that? Remember when Michael Jordan had a little Hitler mustache? Do you remember this? It was the thing. It was the thing. But we didn't think about it. And by the time we thought about it, he had shaved it, so we couldn't say anything. It was really weird.
Up to the museum. Like his main man, his name was.
Oh yeah. Hermann Goering was the guy who was put in charge of France.
Oh god, yeah, he cocked that up real bad.
Oh, bad. He did a really bad job.
You know, it's almost as if it's almost as if ethno-nationalism and fascism is inherently stupid.
Yes.
It's almost as if the people who are attracted to this are scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, because what was Hermann Goering's like absolutely fatal flaw in the French area? He didn't realize that a lot of French people spoke German.
Well, yes, because they're not of our pure Aryan blood, therefore they couldn't possibly.
Yeah, he couldn't comprehend that French people could speak German. So it was one of those things where it was like, does he know that we know what he's saying? He doesn't. Oh shit. Okay. And hey, one thing we always got to give the French is a tactic that works really well, that we have actually named, that we use the French word for it. Sabotage.
sabotage.
Sabotage. You
I
know?
can you I'm serious because I know we can imagine it because we're talking about it, but think about. Can you imagine being so racist that you forget that bilingual people exist?
Yes, I can imagine that. I've seen
Being
it.
so
I've seen it.
forget.
What about Charlie Chaplin? They predate Hitler.
Hey, don't you? No one say a goddamn thing about Charlie Chaplin. The Romani community is proud of Charlie Chaplin. He's a beautiful man, and we love him very much. He's not one of yours.
Yeah,
But
they predated Hitler, or were contemporary with him. Like Charlie Chaplin was contemporary with Hitler. I think Oliver Hardy was. Actually, I think he was as well. You know, it was the 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like Hitler mustache doesn't become like a real big problem until the late 40s.
God, it's sad. We've exited the era of a lot of, at least in English speaking media. In Europe, especially in Spain, this is not the case, and that's beautiful. But we've left the era when it comes to English speaking media of like great Romani actors. We have left that era. And,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
you know, we're you know we don't have Bob Hoskins anymore. We don't have Charlie Chaplin anymore. Michael Caine is retiring.
I didn't know Michael Caine was.
Yeah, Michael Caine's
You know,
Romani
although
show.
now that you mention it, considering his real last name, I should have guessed.
Yeah.
No.
And Yul Brenner's not around anymore.
That's true. Yeah.
I love how everyone keeps thinking Yul Brenner is Asian, and I'm like, you're not far off, but you don't know why.
Well, it's like it's
I blame the king.
one of the things that one of the reasons I actually really like Black Lagoon. You know, getting back to that. And it is the fact that it is seen through the criminal, you know, the eyes of the you know, China Sea underworld. And one thing about underworlds is they tend to have specific cultures attached to them because crime is always an economic opportunity. And so people from any culture will get involved, except for the monoculture. Why? Because them's the motherfuckers that made the rules. There's still a crime. There's still basically a gang. It's just that they made the rules so, you know, they can arrest all the other gangs. You know, that's the way it is. You know, like when the mafia existed, they did the same thing. The Yakuza does the same thing. They all do it. But what's interesting about the South China Sea is that all of those criminal elements make all those underworld elements themselves make up a culture because they have to deal with each other on such a regular basis.
No, this is true.
Yeah, you know, like there is a connection between, you know, cultural exchange and crime. There is.
Yeah, of course there is.
You know,
like
and I like, I'm always entertained with that because Americans in particular, it's not an American only thing, but you see this big time in America. Like it's almost a point of, it's almost part of the culture itself, which is it refuses to see its darker element. a lot of the countries in, you know, a lot of Asian countries, it's accepted that it exists. You don't necessarily want to have to deal with it. You don't
But everyone
necessarily like it, but you know it is there.
everyone accepts and understands that this is a thing.
Yeah. Whereas you tell Americans that something is like owned by the mafia or something, and they kind of freak out.
I'm just gonna say this. If you freak out about the mafia or Mexican cartels, but you drink at Starbucks, you are a fucking hypocrite.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Although, here's another thing that I think is really fucking funny. All right. So, there are two countries outside of Russia that the Russian mafia are very big in. What are they?
Oh, England.
Wrong. They're there.
There's-
I'm talking about like their biggest presences.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna be like, there's literally a little Russia in London. Don't you dare.
Oh no, they're powerful there, but that's not like us. That's not like we're. You're not. Keep going.
Is one of them America? Because I know
It
they have a
is.
very
One of them is
presence.
America.
Okay.
The other is China.
I was dancing in my head around that idea, but I was like, oh, I don't know, because I'm not entirely sure where their business negotiations
Yeah.
are right.
Now,
So I-
here's the funny thing. Russian gangs in America, i.e., like Russian mob, run by all the oligarchs, the Russian oligarchs, all that jazz. In America, it's always been around. But it hasn't always been, they haven't always been big players. Now they're a very big player. Why?
Because the Italians are gone.
Yes. Yes.
Is
the
this not
Italian mafia was keeping out the Russians.
No, is this not, no, I'm serious. Is this not common knowledge?
No, it's not. A lot of people don't realize that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what just happened in my head? Why I was about to say something and went, do you know why?
Why?
Because in my head, I just went, Yogi, you're from New York and New Jersey. You know this. Other people don't know this. And now I'm just like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And what? And man, talk about a flex. Talk about a flex. What family's been in bed with the Russian mafia for like ever?
The
Trumps. Yup.
Again, we know this. It's why we don't want him to build anything in our state anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, because everyone was like, how's this guy getting all this shit done without mob connections? But they were thinking, yeah, he's not. He had mob connections, just not the Italian mob, not the mafia. You know?
He was literally too white to deal with the Italians.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he and his dad were too fucking white for the Italians. Dude.
To be fair, like the five families are like majority Sicilian, so
yeah, but I mean, like, try to explain that kind of shit to a racist.
No, I'm not gonna try.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But man, that's some shit. It's also like why, for example, the Yakuza is not very big in San Francisco. It's because of the Tong.
Yeah.
It's because of the Tong. The Tong rules this town. Holy shit.
It was so funny when the first day I went to work with my tattoos on my hand, this led to a conversation about the connection between crime culture and tattoo culture. And I made the joke of like, oh, I can't go into a Japanese spa ever again. Like, I made the joke, but then like I turned to like one of the other people were shocked that I asked this, but there's one of our coworkers is from no, she's originally from Hong Kong, so she's not from mainland. She's from Hong Kong. She speaks both Mandarin and Cantonese very well. Um, but I asked her, I was like, hey Jess, and she looked at me and I'm like, I forget, like the not the Tong, the triads in China and Hong Kong, do they like do the tattoo thing? And everyone looked at me like, oh, how could you? And without us missing a beat, oh, they used to, but not no more. Now it's like a lot of youth culture, but used to be very big thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then everyone looked at her like, why would you know that? I'm like, why wouldn't she know that?
Why wouldn't the old woman know that? Of course she would. She's the old woman, and she's still alive. She knows shit, man. Like I think the people underestimate old Asian women. They really underestimate them.
You know what it is? It's the disarming. People get disarmed by how pleasant and like relaxed in themselves they can look on a daily basis.
Yes.
And assume that means innocence. And I'm like, no. That means I'm like, no, that means that they've made peace with themselves. It does not
mean they are a master of etiquette.
Does not mean that they were innocent.
Yeah. Oh my God. What was yeah, God, I remember this one time. I still remember this one time. Yeah, little white guy, got into a fight with a dude a bunch of us at the club were familiar with. And it was one of those, and he really fucking picked a fight with this guy. And we're like, all right, first thing, we know this guy's Korean. Second of all, he has the complete back tattoo.
Oh, the guy he's fucking with?
Yeah.
No.
And yeah, exactly. And we're like, dude, you might want to rethink this. We're like, hey, hang on there, shorty. You might need to fucking think this, because we knew we all knew he was Yakuza. We all knew he was Yakuza. Like, he never caused a problem because he was not like a high-ranking guy. He was like, I forget what they call them, but he was like essentially one of their errand boys.
Oh, he was. Wait, was he like a street runner or like a lieutenant?
Street runner.
Okay.
He was a street runner. Like, he wasn't really part of the chain of command, but he was a grunt. He was he was in the organization, that kind of thing.
He was one of the younger sons in the family. He's a younger brother.
Yeah, he's someone that they probably like picked up and were like, hey, how about you deliver drugs and guns for us? That kind of guy.
Yep.
Give me money for that? Yeah, sure, okay. And by the way, we were pretty sure it was drugs. We were pretty sure that was his thing, which is why he's hanging out at a club. He's making sure, he's making sure paths of distribution are working. So it was always like, okay, well, we're not gonna fuck with him, and he don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Well,
and then very stupid man,
a very stupid kid, picks a fight with this guy, and we're trying to keep these guys separated. Now, the dude was familiar with us. Tattoo guy was familiar with us. I would be hard pressed to say that we were friends because we didn't know each other like that.
You were recognizable acquaintances, like
Yeah,
well, maybe not even acquaintances. You were acquainted.
yeah, we were acquainted. We knew the score.
Hmm.
You know, so he never attacked us despite the fact that we were trying to hold him back. The other guy was not doing anybody such a favor. That was God, that was weird. You know, that was weird. That was super weird because, like, you never think, wait, I'm trying to restrain a Yakuza member is a thing that is ever gonna fucking happen.
And you know, from like your description, he probably also realizes that no, these young men are not trying to restrain me in a way that's harmful to me. They're trying to restrain me in a way that doesn't cause me to kill this boy in the middle of a dance floor.
Yeah, because the other thing about the guy is he was unarmed. Like, this was not a guy who, like, came in and played in a place with a gun and made a big deal about it. You know, it's like, yeah, no, he's just got he's a martial artist. You know, we're like, no, he's just gonna fucking, like, he's just gonna beat you to death. He wasn't that big a guy either. Like, I was easily bigger than he was, which is the only reason I had any chance. Because if he had decided that he needed to fight me, I was going down immediately.
I cannot imagine, for the life of me, the conversation that I'm not saying that this conversation took place. I cannot imagine the conversation of, like, you know, getting dude out of the club and then going, okay, we cannot come here anymore now. Well, why? Like,
fucked up big. I do remember the moment he started getting the kids started getting ethnic with it. That was the reason we were just like, well, I'm sorry, man, you done it now. So yeah. So we were just like, nope, have at it. That's it. And I remember as we're walking away, we're like, don't kill him.
Everything below this point
Everything up to that point is fine, but don't kill him. Motherfucker drew him into the middle of the intersection and just beat the crap out of them, and then dragged it back to the street, to the sidewalk. And then he, like, walked off because he was like, okay, night's over.
I go home now. I just like imagine, like, standing over this poor kid, like he's just like half blinking in and out of consciousness. Damn, you fucked up.
Yeah, no, it was just don't kill him, you know, like, that's gonna be a whole thing if that happens.
I don't. We're gonna have to drop this kid off later. I don't want to have to explain why he's dead to his mom.
Oh hell, we weren't gonna do that. Yeah.
Oh okay. Then fuck it.
Gonna do that.
Oh,
we were just gonna be like, nope, didn't see nothing.
I'm sorry. Who? I've never heard that name. You know, so and so. I'm sorry. I don't know who.
Yeah, snitches get stitches, man. Like, fuck that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, for that guy, no way. You know, it was just like, I've never seen such a level of no street smarts.
Oh my god.
You know, because
I think. Oh god.
In the middle of the street, it was terrible. You know, and man, that kid's friends didn't even want to be seen with him.
It's like that fucking like second to last Seinfeld episode. Huh? Would you look at that? That's a shame.
That's a real shame. Like, I'm pretty sure I do remember the other guy looking at his friends. It's like, you better get him out of here. And then we just went back inside and we're just like, well, that happened.
It's like, well, beer. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Like, we weren't even high, man. We were not in a position.
Oh, may I tell you and your lovely audience, may I tell you a recent excursion I had with the marijuana.
Oh, please.
So not last weekend before last. One of my
No, the
friends.
dude had all his fingers.
Oh, okay.
Dude had all his fingers. Like he hadn't fucked up that big. They only do that to like the bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
don't do that to the young guys. They're not considered. They're not considered to have enough honor worth bothering with.
Yeah, no, that's more of a you have to bear the brunt of your shame kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, you got fuck up big.
So weekend before last, it was a friend's birthday, and I was like, I know what we'll do. We'll have the party here at my house, and it was a 2-day event. Saturday was we got buck wild as shit, and Sunday was like a cool down, chill out, watch movies kind of day. So Sunday evening, around 8:00, we all start to go out to a car because we're going to drive out to Red Bank because there is an independent movie theater out there that year-round does Rocky Horror screenings with a live shadowcast.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Which we've all seen Rocky Horror in this group that I'm talking about, but what was special about that Saturday was that they were doing Richard O'Brien's other film,
Shock Treatment
with a shadow cast. And I've seen the movie, but I haven't seen it with an audience before. And I was the only one in the group who had seen the movie, so everyone was like, yo, we should go. And like the birthday person in question was like, I really want to go to this. And I was like, cool, we're going.
I will either have a great time because they've done something awesome with it, or I will get to say, I told you so.
Either way is fun.
Either way is fine. Yeah.
Either way is fine. So my friend, my one friend, had. Now I want to point out, the birthday person's boyfriend had laid out a whole spread for everyone, like decorations, food, cake, weed, booze, like this, this is all set up. But then my friend Gabriel had brought edibles, and they were the like those trolley green apple rings.
Yeah,
it was those, but edibles. And these were edibles that him and I had shared before. And we've had these before, and we've had them in this dosage before. So I'm like, hey, you know what we should do? We should each have one of these now, because to get out to Red Bank is going to take about an hour. It'll fully kick in by the time we're like about to sit down. And he looks at me and goes, capital idea, old sport. And so we do. And we start to drive. And now this is kind of more of a thing that only people from New Jersey would really get, but the route that we end up taking is a road called Route 9. And the thing about Route 9 is that, except for every so often when headlights shine at you, it is completely dark.
Yeah.
And it goes all over. It's like a little roller coaster, but a road.
Okay.
And as we start to like really get into it, me and my friend are sitting in the back seat, and we look at each other, and we look at each other, and we have a very important realization, which is we both kind of think out loud and go, oh no, we're way too high right now. We're much higher than we should be right now, and this thing hasn't even fully kicked in.
Gotcha.
And then
Understandable series of events.
And then we look at the bag, and he goes, "Oh no!" And I go, "What do you mean, oh no?" And he's like, "I didn't get the right dosage. I got this," and I'm just like, "Well, here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Hope we don't have to drive anywhere soon, because the
We
car is going to turn into a unicorn and try to fly into space."
And how to put it, we both know that that's not going to happen, because like there are 3 other people in the car who will drive if need be. We won't have to. Everyone else in the car becomes aware that we have what we are now aware of, and they all think it's hilarious, because of course it is. Right. And in my head, I'm like, well, this is not my first time at the rodeo, and this is nowhere near like the biggest dose of a psychoactive chemical I've imbibed. I'll be fine. Just got to run with this a little bit. So we get to the theater, and it's starting to get to the peak point, and there comes a moment where I start to go, "Oh no, this line is really long. My legs are turning into gelatin. I'm gonna fall." I'm gonna fall.
Yep.
unless I focus on my legs a lot right now.
Oh my god. Yep.
We get into the it's a small independent theater, so there's only like one movie theater in the building, so we get into the theater. I have a mini panic attack, because just as we walk in, before we even get to our seats, they turn the lights out in preparation for the pre-show. So I'm like, oh god, I can't see. I'm gonna trip over somebody. Horrible things are gonna happen. And then we get to our seats, and I nestle into this very nice recliner chair as weird shit starts to happen on stage. And I'm like, okay, this is a good space. I'm good. And then from next to me, I hear my friend go, "Hey, I need to go to the bathroom, but I'm afraid to go by myself. Please come with me." And I go, "Sure, we'll do that." So we get up and we go, and I start to make a beeline for the bathroom, and then he goes, wait. And I'm like, "What do you mean, wait?" And he goes, "I really need to pee, but I have the worst cotton mouth I've ever had in my entire fucking life. I need to get water." And I'm like, "Okay, here's what we'll do. I'm going to go rock a piss. You get water from the concession. Once I'm done, you go in and I'll hold your shit." Okay, cool. The type of like severe Hogan's Hero style planning that you do when you're high.
Right.
And I go and I come out, and he comes up to me with literally the biggest thing of water that they had. It's like twice the size of this Stein. Like the biggest thing of water that they had. And in the other hand, a small popcorn. And then he just goes, "Okay, can you hold these?" And I'm like, "Sure." So he goes in, we go back in the theater, we sit down, it's fine. During the first half of the pre-show, this man next to me drinks all of this water and shovels all of this popcorn into him. And I'm just like, wow, my man's really fucking hungry and thirsty. Okay. And as the show is about to begin, from next to me, he's just looking straight ahead. Straight into the air. And then directly back onto himself. Not in anyone in the front, not in anyone in the back, not on anyone on either side of him, just directly onto himself.
Oh my god.
And now, luckily, all he had in his stomach was popcorn and water.
Water, yes, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's still bad, but it's not that bad. And then I don't know what happened, because again, I'm just as high as this man is. I'm not greening out, but I'm just as high as this man is. And I don't know what happened. You know when even when you're fucked up, your knowledge of party protocol overrides you being fucked up?
Yes. Yeah,
That,
I do.
that this occurs. I take him by the shoulders, I grab him up, we rush out of the theater. We head right to the bathroom. We get him all cleaned up. We left the bathroom cleaner than when we found it. We cleaned up the sink and all that shit, because I've been a concessions guy and an usher before. I'm not going to make these people clean up this vomit. I'm not going to do that. And so we get back out and we're in the foyer and I'm like, okay, what do we want to do right now, man? I can't go back in there. Okay, I can't go back in there. I'm going to freak out and I smell like barf. I can't go back in there. And I'm like, okay, that is an understandable feeling. What do you want to do? I'm going to go stand outside. It's freezing cold outside, though. I'm going to go stand outside. The movie is an hour and 45 minutes long. You go back in. It's fine. I'm going to stand outside. And he just walks outside and just stands outside in front of the building. And so I'm like, well, I can't let that happen. So I go back into the theater. I sit down. I lean over, tell everyone else what has happened. The birthday person is like, oh God, we gotta leave, is trying to stand up. And I literally, high as hell, force them back down and go, shh. No.
We don't have to do anything.
We don't have to leave. Well, but what is this? Shh. Give me the car keys. What? I'm not gonna drive. Give me the car keys. I'm going to take my jacket and his jacket. We are going to go outside. We are going to sit in the car. We are going to calm down and refocus. And if we come back in, we come back in. If we need to leave, we will text you. Yeah, but man,
It's all good.
You know, exactly.
It's all good. It's fine.
Then I grabbed the keys, grabbed his jacket and mine. I just zipped right out. I walk up to him, put his jacket over his shoulders. Oh, thanks, man. Without context, you're coming with me now. Well, we're going to sit in the car, but what if I shut the fuck up? We're going to go sit.
Shut the fuck up. We're fine.
And we sat down in the car, and maybe for about 15 minutes, there was nothing but a mixture of silence, giggling back and forth at each other, and then me going, hey man, I know you're not okay, but are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
and then after that 15 minutes, we both just passed the fuck out. And I was awoken by my friend, by like the group coming back to the car and going,
yo,
hello,
open the door, pieces of shit. We gotta go home. Dude, we're already doing over the speed limit, man. What do you want?
And you know what the greatest thing about it was? The greatest thing about it was is that like I was like, oh shit, and then like I looked at them and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. I don't know I know what the fuck happened, but I'm sorry. I'm still really fucked up. And I'm like, oh, we know you got way too high. You handled that very well. Please get in the back seat so we can leave now.
Hey, dude, how fast are we driving?
Right?
I think we're parked, man.
Hey, man, am I driving okay?
I think we're parked, man.
But this is the thing that got really funny to me, is that on the drive back, I was like, so how was the movie? Did you like it? And everyone unanimously went, oh God, I don't know what the fuck happened, but that the Shadowcast did not have their shit together for this one the way they do for Rocky Horror. And I'm like, well, do they do this one often? No, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And I'm like, well, that's probably why.
Yeah.
And then they were like, yeah, no, it actually kind of sucked because it kind of fucked with the movie. Like they had lights on in the wrong places, and it fucked with the movie. And I'm like, and they were like, "How were you?" And I went, "We just had a fucking, but we had a better time than you did."
Yeah, we were just hey Jackula, which culture has the best interpretation of vampire? Well, I'll tell you my favorite. Just because it's crazy. And that would be the area around Thailand and Indonesia, where there is a vampiric woman who, at night, her head detaches from her body with all of her organs trailing behind her, and her lungs expand into giant wings, and she flaps through the night looking for blood to suck.
I love this
The
one.
Penanggalan, yeah. There is also a variant on that called the Monogonal. Monogonal is a little bit different because it has bat wings as opposed to flying with its lungs.
But otherwise, same principle.
Pretty much the same thing.
Also, I love Flashman just laughing his ass off at my story in the fucking chat, because but hey, if anyone here is gonna have experience with, hey, during a multiple person drug fueled mishap, Yogi will just snap in and go, "Hey, stop it. It's Flashman. Flashman knows I can do that."
Yeah. So there you go. That's my favorite. That's one of my favorite vampires. Dude.
Yes.
That would have had to have been a lot of weed. That would have had to have been a lot.
It was a lot of weed. And I need to point out, I felt kind of bad for him, because here's the thing. Now, lately I've been doing like a lot, like I do like a lot of oil carts, and like with the oil carts, I don't do anything that's less than 98% pure THC. Whereas, and I felt bad because my friend who was with me has had shit that I've had and gone, "Oh no, I'm fine." And I'm like, "You don't want another hit?" And he'll go, "Dude, I love you. You're my brother. You're my friend. I love you very, very much. I don't know how the fuck you smoke that shit all day and stay functional. I can't do it. I'm starting to slur, and you're just walking around making shit. I don't know how the fuck you do that." And I'm just like, tolerance.
Yes.
Consistency and tolerance. So in this moment, I felt particularly bad for my friend.
Oh man.
It was like an amount of weed where like the high was starting to get a little uncomfortable during the car ride.
Gotcha.
But again, in my head, I was like, it's fine. I know I'm fine. You know what I mean? It's one of those moments of being able to go like, I don't feel great right now, but I know intellectually that I'm fine. So I'm just gonna keep this little freak out to myself because I know I'm okay.
Man.
And then this man on the other side of the screen from me sometimes yells at chairs.
I do.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm sorry that invisible dude kept like fucking harassing you about shit, man, but you told him very plainly you could not help him.
I know, right?
Like, you'd think he'd just go be invisible somewhere else.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so the actual situation was this. I was so high, I was in like a mental time warp and was reacting to things that had happened like probably like 5 minutes ago, real time.
Okay, so you were talking to someone who had been sitting in that chair complaining about something, but not while it was occurring.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Like in my mind, it was like, gotta tell them, fucking knock that off. Meanwhile, already out of chair in another room, and I'm like, you need to knock that shit off right there. I tried to go back to what I was doing. I did not succeed. Um, but yeah, that's what that was. You know, so if you're like, what was going on in his head? That was how bad my reaction time was.
Fucking Flashman, what are you running from?
Shut up. Yeah, shut up, man. Well,
Fucking
considering what happened on his first acid, when we did to him by accident on that first acid trip, I'm like, you know what? I just deserve this. I just fucking deserve this.
Look, man. Even though it was my first time doing acid with you.
Yeah.
Not my first time doing acid, but it was my first time doing acid with you. But even with that, because it was not my ultimate first time, I take partial responsibility.
Yeah, because all I was trying to do was be like, hey, you know, look at the great existential void. Iskaku. Yogi immediately freaks out. Flashman is hanging out with us. Yogi leaves, and I'm like, oh shit, what just happened? I run after, and I'm just like, I don't know what else to do, so I pat fucking Flashman on the back and like, all right, you're a man now, and I fucking go after Yogi to make sure he's okay. And then Flashman's like, am I supposed to go in there? You know, because like we're all high as hell. And he does. And he comes out. Actually, Jack, the existential void in the back of your house is actually kind of nice.
I mean, ultimately it is. Ultimately it is. It was just more of a fact that you went, hey, look what I'm doing. And I was like, I am so on my own shit right now that I cannot deal with your shit.
Yep. We were not capable of dealing with wizard shit at that moment in time.
No, exactly. It was like, no, Yogi's having therapy right now. He can't deal with your wizard bullshit right now. Which is funny because in the trips we've shared subsequent to that, I have done the wizard shit bullshit to other people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just, God.
My favorite thing is still putting that movie on and Arthur having a mini freak out on the floor and then looking at me and going, no, you did that. And I went,
yeah, he did. And that movie was the Raggedy Ann and Andy movie.
Raggedy Ann and Andy, a musical adventure. Watch it while you're stoned. It's really fun.
It's pretty crazy. Like it's the funny thing about it is
if visual textures send you for a loop, then holy shit.
Yes. You know, but like, yeah, it does take you through like it is basically like a Dante's Inferno. You know, I mean, it's only got like 4 levels, but it's the same basic idea. You know,
yes, no, Flashman is entirely
with the poor fucking camel with the wrinkled knees being Virgil. You know,
it happened. It is a Dante's Inferno situation. It's also Buddhism.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's also got that. It's also the challenges of the Buddha as he's like meditating, and like the was it the war god or the lightning god who's like trying to fuck with him?
Technically it's Mara who is like he's the god of illusion and deceit.
Yeah, he's like fucking with him, and he keeps like throwing shit at him to like knock him off his game. And eventually he's just like, okay, fine, I give up. You know.
I thought that was the greatest thing, was like while we were watching that, which I think Flashman was there for that one, right? Yeah, because it was
Yeah.
Arthur's first. So yes.
Yeah. Movie's also got the voice of Paul Lynde.
Yeah, it's really funny. But I will never forget that moment because like we're sitting there watching it, and I turned to you because like I was in a chair and you were in an adjacent chair, and I turned while like your wife is sitting at her desk and like they're on the floor, and I turned to you and I'm just like it's really interesting, isn't it, how this movie is just a giant metaphor for Buddhism, and your response was to go, oh, as if to go,
Yeah, I see that.
right.
I see it. You know.
Meanwhile, the response from the peanut gallery on the floor was to go,
Yeah.
and I was just like, yeah, man, it's
Man, I fucking. Have you seen Alan Moore's The Show?
yes,
Dude. That's another really good weird one. It especially works if you see showpieces beforehand, which is like kind of the prequel of that movie. But what kind of, how to put it, the real centerpiece of the film is when the main character falls asleep and he hears this guy like playing a ukulele outside, and it is Alan Moore, dressed up. He's covered in gold paint and he's wearing a blue suit, and his beard and his hair are made so that he resembles a crescent moon.
yes.
And he's just sitting there on a moon going, me and my friend, Mr. Moon, we're so debonair, they just don't care.
Which is funny.
The guy's like, what the hell is happening?
Which is kind of, when you think about it, it's kind of funny for Alan Moore to say me and Mr. Moon, because he knows for a fact the moon's a woman. He's met her.
Yes.
Like
yes.
But we do things for art.
Exactly. Like, I forget how he described it. He was sort of like, well, really what the show is about is it's kind of it's a tour through the underworld with more strippers.
Yeah, no, that's actually
is exactly it. That's exactly it.
Very description of what it is. I
love the clown. The clown guy in that is amazing because he's such an asshole. Oh, really yeah, I know. You don't really want to have to spend eternity sharing an apartment with a clown buggering you every night, but we don't make these decisions now, do we? I know I don't. You think of it from my perspective. You're the guy I have to be buggering every night. God damn, dude.
It's one of those things where you can just sit there and go
Look
like,
at poor Apophagus. He's got to eat the dead now, doesn't he? He's not happy about it. Look at him.
Fucking Apophagus. Oh my god. You know what I kind of want to watch with you while high in some way? Is I want to watch. God, what the fuck is that movie? Is it Dark Moon?
Wait. What are you talking about now?
The one where it ends with the woman looking at the unicorn and she like rubs alcohol.
Black Moon.
Black Moon.
Yes. Yeah. I'm ready now. What the hell just happened?
Well, yeah, because she's ready to be a woman now.
Yeah, she's ready to be a woman. She's gonna let the unicorn take her virginity. And then let it suck milk out of her titties. That's it.
Okay,
that's the ending.
It's
I'm just surprised we didn't see it happen.
But you know, it's not so much that she lets the unicorn take her virginity. It's more that the unicorn represents the guardian of her virginity. So it's a contractual thing. You know, you really gotta watch it again.
Yeah, you really gotta watch this movie. It's one of those movies where I don't expect this to be anyone's favorite film, but it is definitely one of the most what the fuck movies I've ever watched. And
It's
I've
actually
seen a lot.
I rather enjoy that film actually.
Oh yeah, no, I do too. But if you ask me, it's one of those that's one of those movies where people are like, is it a good movie? And I'm like, it transcends all that. So I don't know if it's actually good.
Like,
But
well,
it's
that
definitely art, I'll tell you that much.
yeah, no, it's well, that's one of those things like, well, that depends. What's your threshold for good and bad, and who are you?
Yeah, what's your threshold for weird? Like, if you can withstand that old 80s stop motion Alice in Wonderland with the rabbit carcass.
Oh, the Czechoslovakian.
Yeah, the Czechoslovakian one. Yeah, you could probably handle Black Moon. You know, everyone else, your mileage may vary. If you can watch Fellini movies, you could do Black Moon. And honestly, man, we don't talk about Fellini enough these days.
Look, the thing about the 39th step. Oh, fucking, oh my god, fucking Fellini.
I love Fellini.
I forget. Did you... No, he didn't do the one I'm thinking of because the one I'm thinking of is in French, so he didn't do that one. What's the name of that black and white French film that's like the inspiration for City of Angels, but it's actually good?
Oh, you're talking about fucking yeah, oh, fuck.
Is it What Dreams May Come? Is it no, that's not, that's the Robin
No,
Williams
it's not
one.
What Dreams May Come.
Talking about but yeah, it's like
I have to actually look this up now. Romantic fantasy starring Nicolas Cage, loose remake of Wings of Desire.
Wings of Desire. That's it. But that's how I describe Wings of Desire to people. I'm like, okay, imagine City of Angels, but imagine that it was actually like a good movie. That's Wings of Desire, because City of Angels that didn't need to be a thing.
Yeah, I mean it's not bad. It's just not great.
No, it's like it's more of a. The fact that it was the soundtrack vehicle for Iris by the Google Dolls just makes it worse. You know, it makes it worse. Like the main bit of that soundtrack is just, and I don't want the world to see me. Oh God, please stop. Please stop this.
I know where the bird I am. You know. Oh, someone's like, if you're Jackie Yogi, if you're high, what would you rather watch, Mad God or Toys in the Attic? You know, the problem is probably Toys in the Attic because I haven't seen it yet.
I would say I have seen Toys in the Attic, but I would probably say Toys in the Attic. But if I was really high and you asked that question, what my honest answer while high would be split the difference. Let's watch Flowers in the Attic. Put that on.
Oh no, I am not watching that high.
Yes, you are.
Forget it. No, I'm not. I got trauma, man. I'm not watching that. I'm not watching that high. That's like asking me to watch The Wall high. Forget it. I understand why people do it, but I also know what I'm going to do if I watch it that way. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to cry. You know? And I'm like, no.
Oh.
I got enough of that in regular life.
Oh, I'm fucking sorry. Jackula, fucking Count Jackula from the goddamn fucking planet Dracula. I'm sorry. Oh, you're good enough to drag other people through their subconscious trauma, but you're not.
Oh,
but
no.
you can't done to you.
Hey, man, I already subjected myself to that shit. I don't need to do that again. Not that I don't need it to go on that particular ride again.
So yeah,
Woo!
so when I keep saying
Much
when I
like Open Your Eyes and Vanilla Sky. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting from Yogi is that, it's like City Angels. It's not that bad, but it ain't no Wings of Desire.
no, it's really not. Wings of Desire is actually really good. It's a really good like examination of the human spirit and condition, and like what it means to actually have like a higher perspective versus it's just a really good film.
Flowers in
But
the Attic. Long before Super Hulock. And long before a lot of other things, Flowers in the Attic was the thing that every teenage girl read.
remember,
Um,
hey Jack, remember when the very imposing butler took the very sick small child away, and we never saw him again, and the next shot was the butler just tamping down dirt.
yeah.
Remember that?
Okay, so basic story of imprisonment and incest. Mom, for some reason, doesn't want people to know that she has kids, and so forces them to live in the attic and fuck each other.
The
Now,
movie doesn't say that they're fucking each other. The book makes it very clear they're fucking each other.
the movie tries.
The movie
The
hints
movie
it.
doesn't show anything, but it is. There's no question as to what's going on. There's
And
no
also,
question it's happening, but they don't
yeah, no,
show you shit.
exactly. It's one of those things where like
Actually, that movie was made during a period of time where, for some reason, there were a lot of big budget incest movies. Like, there was Flowers in the Attic, and then there was like fucking Blue Lagoon.
cheers, Brooke Shields.
Yeah. And I'm sitting here and I'm going, I've never seen. I'm like, I know there is a reason everyone keeps bringing Brooke Shields onto shit 10 years later, and it can't just be Blue Lagoon.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's not. She's apparently just a joy to be around.
Yeah,
That's why
she's really
talk
nice.
shows always brought her on.
She's just a really nice person. Which
Yeah.
which which
Yeah,
which
neither
makes
of them are happy stories of incest. Like I don't
yeah.
know what that would be, but like there's certainly downers.
But
You know?
but the reason for the children being locked in the attic is that so their mother comes from an upper class, well-to-do, landed gentry kind of family. Their father was a very common working man. He has died. She has no money. She has lost the house. So she has to take herself and her children back to her mother's house. The figure who the children constantly refer to as the grandmother, not as
Yeah.
grandmother or grandmother, but the grandmother. Um, and their grandmother's one of those people where she looks at the children and goes, "Oh, look at those filthy things that spewed out of your vagina because you had sex with a common man. Um, okay, put you all have to live in the attic if you're going to live here." And at first, their mother is with them, and then eventually she stops being with them and just comes to visit them, and then eventually she just stops coming altogether. And what you find by the end of the movie is that, or the end of the book as well, is that their grandmother has arranged for a proper upper class man to marry her, and they are pretty much just trying to make the kids starve and die of lack of sunlight and nutrition up in the attic.
Yeah, they're also poisoning them slowly.
Yeah.
My big question, Flowers in the Attic, was this. Why go through all this trouble? Why not just,
Because
axe them? Why
because
not
people
just kill them?
because people with money are fucked.
Yeah.
And which I think is the
Mm.
point of the movie, is that, like, rich people are evil, which they kind of are. But
Well, yeah, because think about what it is that being a rich family means. It means you're holding on to wealth. And how do you do that? By making it the only priority.
I'm a
You don't
firm
get
believer.
massively you don't get wealthy by having that be your second priority.
I'm a firm believer in the estate tax, and I think it should be widened.
I'm gonna really agree with you, actually.
Yep. But also, I think also, if I'm not mistaken, I think the kind of poisoning that they were putting the kids through
Arsenic.
yeah, I believe they had some convoluted logic where it was like, well, if they die, this is some because of like the age of the house or things that are around the house, we can explain this away. Whereas if they just get brutally murdered, we can't as easily explain that away, especially if medical examiners become involved.
Yeah, but the whole point is that they wouldn't. That's why they're in the attic.
I didn't say it made sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm like, look, what I'm saying is the part I don't buy is that they wouldn't just brutally murder these kids.
Yeah, no, I think
like, why not just poison them from the get-go?
Honestly, it's wicked stepmother syndrome.
Oh no, it totally is.
Yeah,
It totally is. Yeah.
Yeah, but because, how to put it, why does the stepmother treat Cinderella that way? I don't fucking know. There's no fucking reason for it.
Yeah.
She's just bizarrely awful.
Yeah. Yeah, but at least she's not trying to, like, in the beginning, she's not trying to, like, straight up murder Cinderella or anything.
No, but she does force her daughters to cut off their toes and heels to fit into a slipper.
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. She is bizarrely, unintelligibly awful for random reasons beyond our comprehension.
Oh, I'll also say this. I'll also say this. Get ready. Strap in. If you if you want to redo a Disney story, but want to change the race of the main character, Cinderella was it. That was the one you should have done it with.
Yeah, but that already exists with starring Brandy.
They did. What's it called?
Cinderella.
Oh, they did. There's a Cinderella. There's a version of Cinderella that already made her. That already acknowledged the fact that she's supposed to be black.
Well, here's the thing. There's a live action, mostly black cast version of Cinderella starring Brandy as Cinderella.
Oh. No, I was talking about it being like.
No. I know what you're
girl,
saying.
You get in there.
I know what you were saying, but you know who's not brave enough to do that?
Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was surprised they tried to do it with Ariel. I gotta say, I was genuinely surprised. There are a million reasons that movie didn't work.
The stories from Denmark.
The casting actually wasn't fucking one of them.
The stories from Denmark. She can't be black. Mermaids aren't real.
Mermaids aren't real, and besides, Denmark has fucking Black Pete's Kiss My Ass.
Well, no, that's the Netherlands that has that.
Oh, that's the Netherlands? Oh, it's Denmark. Okay, well, whatever.
No, that's the Netherlands. But if you wanna rip on Denmark, hey, remember they did business with the Nazis.
Yeah, okay, here's how I'm gonna fucking rip on Denmark, and it's how I've always done it. It's how I like doing it, and it's worked out pretty good so far. Okay. All right, so Hans Christian Andersen, right? Such a terrible house guest that fucking Charles Dickens put up a plaque. He had a plaque made at the bottom of his staircase of his family home, which reads, "This is the spot where Hans Christian Andersen moped in our house for 3 weeks, which to the Dickens family felt like an eternity." Dickens was so fed up with Hans's crap that he did that.
Also, I'm just going to say it.
If you want to make it accurate, you make Ariel a boy. Well, I mean, yeah.
And
because let's be honest. All the stories of Hans Christian Andersen, all of them are about they are about the failure of the masculine to accept the feminine for whatever fucking reason.
I'm going to say something.
All of them are that.
I'm going to say something that many Danish nationals would probably be very angry at me for saying.
Mm-hmm.
Snow Queen sucks. I said it. I fucking said it. I fucking said it. Come at me, Denmark. Come at me, Denmark. The fucking Snow Queen. His most famous and well-known story outside of The Little Mermaid. It sucks. I don't like it. It doesn't make sense. The themes are...
There's kind of a reason they made Frozen, not the original story.
The themes are confused. The story is full of nonsensical non sequiturs. And on top of that, what the fuck? Like, what is this weird obsession that this story has with the purity of heart of this little prepubescent girl and her beautiful soul? Stop it. It's creepy. You are a grown man. Stop it.
It's because he can't actually... Well, I'll just say it. It's because Hans Christian Andersen was probably trans as fuck. And it's all about his failure to live as a girl.
He was an emotional basket case. I'll give you fucking that much.
I'm not saying, hey, trans people could be that too.
No. I'm not saying that we can't. I am, however, saying that I'm not so sure how much I believe what you just said, but I would totally entertain that idea in my head. But additionally, he was also a fucking neurotic, emotional basket case.
Oh yeah, totally. There were tons of people we would call trans at that period of time that didn't go to those legs.
But no, exactly. Charles Dickens brought this man in front of Queen Victoria. In front of Queen Victoria. He didn't like being there, so he threw a tantrum and sat under a table. In front of people.
Yep.
And Charles Dickens is like, what the fuck are you doing? We're at court. Like, all of my connections are here. Why are you fucking me right now?
They're all looking at me because you're being such a fucking bitch. Yeah. And I fucking... Oh, God. You know, like... wasn't that the same? Was that the same period of time? Yeah, that was within the same era as like Oscar Wilde. So you know you done fucked up. Oh my God! That guy was. The funny thing is when I looked at his stories, of course I couldn't help but cry. They're tragic. They're super fucking tragic, but after the tragedy, the anger would set in because I am like, what the fuck are you? What the fuck? Why did you write this? to just make me feel bad? Was that it? Because, like, on the surface, they're about love, but you can detect that there's something that's not the deep heart of it. You could really detect that. And you're like,
Now,
I don't know, man. Like,
I
one of the big things, one of the big things really is, like, one of the running themes really is self-acceptance when you fucking look at it, which is the one thing he couldn't do. He famously couldn't.
I will say this. Now, these days, when people go, "Oh, I'm freaked out by clowns. I think they're weird." I'm like, right now, in this time period, with all the shit that has been done with the motif of the clown, I understand that. That makes perfect sense. I don't agree with it, but I get it. Hans Christian Andersen, the fuck is your deal with the fucking clown joke, like Jack in the Box in the little tin soldier? The fuck is your deal?
It's laughing at him.
Yeah, but
That's his deal. It's laughing at him.
Why is it this, like, giant looming pervert? What did a clown do to you, Hans Christian Andersen?
Maybe something, maybe nothing. All I know is if that fucking tin soldier had just fucking moved his ass, if he'd done anything, wouldn't have ended up like this.
No, it wouldn't
And
have.
that was what I took out of the little tin soldier, which is like, yo, don't do this. Don't do this.
Though, you know what?
Bullshit.
You know what? I think we focus too much on Hans, because I will say to his counterpart, I will say to Charles Dickens, listen, Charles Dickens, love most of the work. I will say, hey Charles, Cricket on the Hearth sucks. Yeah, Charles Dickens, your ghost would love everyone to forget that you fucking wrote that piece of shit, wouldn't you, Charles? But you did. It sucks. Oh no, I'm going hysterically blind. Why? Oh no.
I mean,
oh no. I, the love of your life, who went off to the war but you thought was dead, came back, and I disguised myself as an old beggar man, and I am so ashamed of everything that has happened that I'm going to live with you in your house without telling you that I'm me and just pretending to be an old beggar man. Why? Why are you doing this?
yeah, well, there's a reason that's not one of his more remembered stories.
Because it's shit. It's a huge pile of shit. Rankin Bass had to twist the fuck out of that just to get kids to watch it.
And it was a bad idea.
It was.
Man, although, like, look, all I'm saying is, here's what I'll say. Where Charles Dickens kind of failed and where Hans Christian Andersen sometimes is insufferable is the exact point at which Kafka is a genius.
Yes.
Yeah, Kafka was that feeling that those guys were trying to fucking evoke. Metamorphosis nails.
Can I also say,
what old-time author would you have sex with? Oh, that is easy. Mary Shelley.
Lord Byron.
Good, also a good choice.
I'd have sex with Lord Byron. I'd also have sex with Oscar Wilde. There's a few people I'd have sex with. Oscar Wilde I'd have sex with because I feel like it would actually be like a legitimately fun time. Lord Byron I would have sex with mainly to say that I had sex with Lord Byron.
I know what you mean, because you're like, I don't expect this guy's going to be a very attentive lover, but
the status of I fucked Lord Byron.
Yeah, like either that or maybe one of the Bronte sisters, just so they could fulfill their fantasy, because I'm like half Asian. Now that's a joke. Now that's a reference that only some will get.
You have to be a literary aesthete to understand that joke.
You know,
Ooh.
you walk up and be like, "Hey, baby, do you want me to like, kill your father and then haunt the house that you grew up in? Yeah, baby, I know you like that." Yeah.
It's funny. Oh, oh my god.
I do wonder sometimes. I do wonder what it would be like, what that would be like in retrospect, right? Like, what if you were in a position to just like, grind up on some of these people?
I
Just
wouldn't,
fucking like come up and go, "Hey."
a famous older author. I would not have sex with him by any stretch of the imagination, but I would like to have a very long discussion with him, and that would be Mr. Dobson, Lewis Carroll.
Oh, yes.
I would I would love to have a very long conversation with him because I would literally bring both of his Alice books in front of him and go, okay, I know this is about math. Tell me how.
Yeah, help me out here, man, because
No, because it is. And everyone who's like, oh, it's about drug. I'm like, no, it's about math.
dude, no way, Emily Dickinson. I think I would kill myself. Not because I would regret the act. I'm just sure being around her would make me that sad.
Are you sure? Because like she could get it, and she did quite frequently.
Oh yeah, no, she totally did. But like, imagine like getting to know her and like what's really inside of her. You're just gonna go like, "Uh, like
Oh,
it'll make you cry."
oh, but come on, fuck her on her mom's grave. It's all she wants.
Oh, like that part I could do no problem. It's just it's my fear of getting. What I'm saying is I'm afraid I would get I would get really emotionally attached
Oh yeah, no. If you were
in
fucking
a
Emily,
very unhealthy way.
yeah, no. If you were fucking Emily Dickinson, she would get very intense and intimate with you very quickly in a way that you would probably not be comfortable with.
Yeah. That's what I'm worried about. And that wouldn't be to say I'd be like, no, get this chick off me. It would be like, I'd
You're
be
like,
crying with her all the time.
yeah, but sometimes it's good to cry and then fuck.
Oh no, I'm sure that would be good. I'm sure that part would be awesome. I mean,
It's
was she
it's everything
bisexual?
surrounding that.
Yeah. It's the emotional roller coaster. I think would devastate me. Let's see. You hear the third that Lewis Carroll could have been a pedophile. What are my thoughts on that? Uh,
I've never seen
maybe,
any. I personally have never seen any.
maybe,
I'm not,
but I've never seen any evidence that supports that, other than the fact that that he was a math teacher to young girls. That definitely put him in a position where if he was, something would happen.
yeah, but
But
there's never been
that
any
wasn't
like.
uncommon. It wasn't uncommon to have like a male teacher teach your young daughters. That was actually quite usual at the time.
Especially
Um,
considering besides like he was a reverend, he was a doctor of the church, and so beyond being a math teacher, he also like taught divinity studies as well, and that was chiefly a male position. So
yeah, but that's also not making the anti-pedophile case.
yeah, but not Catholic, he was Anglican.
Yeah, either or, it doesn't matter.
All right, fair enough. But
Like what I'm saying is
what-
it's possible, but no one's. It's one of those things that's a possibility, but like I've never seen evidence that like truly leaned one way or the other.
yeah, no, there's no evidence to suggest either.
Yeah.
You know,
Um. Hold on.
and
What was? Have you seen the film Gothic by Ken Russell? Fuck yeah, of course I have, Kevin. Of course,
Okay.
that's all. It's one of my favorite films of all time.
Okay.
Wasn't he forbidden to see one girl by his mother? Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying this is the first I've heard of it.
He was, but if I'm remembering it correctly, it's not because any inappropriate behavior occurred, but I think it was because of who the girl's family was and how many lessons she was taking from him. It was this could be perceived as an impropriety, regardless of whether or not it's occurring.
Yeah. So we're back to that same one where it's like, well, it's increasingly possible.
Though again, I do know that
That if there was a letter that was like, oh my god, that motherfucker, do you know what he did? Like that would be like, okay, he did it. He was.
That would be one thing, but
Yeah.
again, like, I do know that, like, his Alice stories are neither about pedophilia nor are they about drugs. They are in fact about math, because as a math teacher at Oxford, he was around for the invention of imaginary and negative numbers, and he said no. He was convinced that the existence of imaginary, impractical, and negative numbers would destroy mathematics.
He was against negative numbers.
Yeah, actually, a lot of people were at that time.
Well, that's going to make subtraction really a problem.
Well, I mean, in the sense of he was against the idea of, like, no, you can't go below zero. And he also had a basically how to
Depends
put
on what's. Well, I find myself going like,
yeah,
this is me being 21st century. It's like, well, where does zero start?
No. You're absolutely right. But pretty much, like, he was okay. You know how, like, all of the parts of mathematics that have happened since the 1800s that involve mathematical figures and their applications into areas that are technically not possible to be shown in physical existence.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was against all of those innovations, and he thought it would destroy mathematics, because he was like, no, math is based on logic, and if I can't, he had this whole thing of, like, no, if I can't interpret the possible existence of what you're talking about, that means that it doesn't mean that there's a problem with me. It means there's a problem with you, and that you are threatening the logical, real foundation upon which math rests. That was his view. It's why, for instance, in Alice Through the Looking Glass, it's why the way you cut looking glass cake is to divide it first and then cut it. You don't cut it and then give it. You give it first and then cut. Like this is why. Like like there's a lot of, like, little things throughout the book that suggest this. Like, he was trying to say, like, what distressing and nonsensical the world would be if we actually did this type of math. So I know that, but I do kind of want to sit down with him and go, okay, what the fuck does the caterpillar mean? If it's math, what the fuck does the caterpillar mean? Or, I want to ask.
Well, it's addition and subtraction. It's addition and subtraction.
Oh, because of the mushroom?
Yeah.
Yeah. And and then also the fact that, like, Alice tries to recite how doth the little bee, and he goes, no, stop, that's not spoken correctly, and he makes up a whole other thing, and she goes, I've never heard it said that way before. I know I've improved it. So I guess that's also a commentary on but
Yeah, it's
yeah.
also commentary on mathematics. Yeah. I
Yeah.
have improved it.
Mm-hmm.
You
But
mean you can't very well have less? You could always have more than nothing.
you can always have more of you can always have more of nothing, especially if you're poor.
Yeah, the cat, however, is the weird
Oh,
one.
the Cheshire Cat. Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
Because he does, like, he's weird because, like, he's more of a commentary on mathematics. You know, he uses mathematics to, like, make commentary, but, like, other than that, he doesn't seem to represent any particular, like, function. Like, for example, a lot of people miss this, but the big moment with the Cheshire Cat, he goes like, where? He's like, oh, where is your mother and father? And she goes like, oh, I'm I'm lost. I don't know where either of them are. Oh, well, that's really a shame, but I must say losing one parent is a tragedy too. Smacks of carelessness. You know, and he has that weird, like, association with lunacy. You know,
I
'cause he
went to
turns
a
into the moon. You know?
I went to a hunt ball once. I didn't like it. Terrible people. They all started hunting me.
Yeah. The Jabberwocky, the poem of the Jabberwocky itself is a mathematical demonstration because it's a poem.
One, it's a poem, and then also all the words that we think are nonsense words actually do have a meaning.
Yeah.
Um,
You mean Donald Duck and Math Magic Land is more accurate than I realized? Yes, actually,
Yeah.
Donald Duck and Math Magic Land is actually, like, super accurate. You know, it's kind of cool that way. Well, it's probably my favorite of those weird Disney educational ones. I like the one about money, but it's very outdated.
it is.
You know, and although I will say one thing, Goofy did help teach me to drive. Because he did all those driving ones. You know, it's like, hey, don't do this when you drive. And I was like, you got it, Goofy. He is now Gigi Geith, the motorist.
Like, I love question. Have you ever actually looked at a direct translation of the Jabberwocky poem?
We have the annotated. You know what? Actually, now that you mention it, we do have a book called The Annotated Alice.
It's really funny because, like, okay, you know how we all know how it starts out, right? Because, like, 'twas brilling in the slithy toes did guile and gimble in the wabe, that whole shit.
Yeah.
That passage literally, when literally translated to what all his nonsense words actually mean, translates to, it was 4 p.m. and the whirling cheese eaters did circle and dig around the sundial. All depressed were the trumpy birds, and the homeless green pigs had allergy attacks.
'Twas a brillig, and the slithy toes did gyre and gimble in the wave.
All a
All
mimsy.
mimsy were the moral groves, and the moon rats outgrave. You know, beware the Jabberwock, my son. Beware the Jabberwock, my son.
The jaws that bite, claws
Jaws
that catch.
that bite, the claws that catch.
Beware the jub bird and shun the
Bird, shun the frumious bandersnatch. Yeah. Oh man, what do I think about progressive writing in the original Wizard of Oz with the transcript? No, he meant all of that. He meant all of that. Fucking Frank L. Baum. No, that's not just like a potential fucking fantastical fucking interpretation. That is actually what he's talking about.
Frank Obama was a very conflicting person.
He's a very interesting guy. A lot of things start to really come into context when you realize that Oz is a metaphor for Los Angeles.
Yeah, and like it's a metaphor more specifically for Los Angeles, but it's also about American consumerism at the same time. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Like has anyone actually sat down? I know, Jack, you have. Has
Mhm.
anyone actually like sat down here and really like considered the fucking backhanded shit that the wizard says to each of them as he gets their prizes out?
Oh, definitely.
Like what is it when he they fucking I love the one where he's talking to the lion about his courage, and he goes like, it's like, I know many a man who talks about courage. Back where I come from, all the essentially says like, back where I come from, once a year, all the old soldiers take out their valor and dust it off and put it on and parade it down the main street, and they have no more courage than you
have. Yeah. You know, well,
but
that's what.
You haven't got a medal.
Yeah. Like, and the funny thing about the wizard, is that he can't do what the Wicked Witch does. He can't.
No, he's a con man.
Summon flying monkeys and all this shit. He's a con man. But what does a con man have? The magic of words.
There's the gift of gab.
He has the gift of gab. You know, he can make you feel like a hero. Like, he can make you feel like you have courage. Why? Because he does this all horseshit anyway.
He's got the blarney.
I need brains. Dude, you're the smartest scarecrow I've ever met.
It's like,
you're
back
not
where
stupid, you know? Oh my God, I'm the cowardly lion. Well, yeah, but have a medal, and now you're a war hero. You know? Because what else is
that? The shit he said to the scarecrow. Why many people go along about their day without having a brain. In fact, most people find it a nuisance. But back where I come from, there are universities, areas of higher learning where academics come together to intellectualize, and they have no more brains than you have. But they've got one. You haven't.
One thing you don't: a diploma. Yeah, it's like the wizard actually does kind of have magic powers. They're just not the ones that you think. Yeah. They're con man magic powers. You know, he can trick you into believing in yourself. You know, like, that's his actual ability.
Turns to the Tin Man. It's like, my boy, you say that you want a heart. You have no idea how lucky you are to not have one. So many people get them broken, all this other stuff. It's like, but I still want one. Back where I come, I love
yeah.
Back where I come from, there are many men of means who try to do good and righteous deeds in front of the community. They're called good deed doers, and they have no more of a heart than you have. But they have one thing you haven't got: a token of esteem.
Yeah.
Look, kids, the dignity of the military, college, and philanthropy is all bullshit.
All bullshit. Yeah. No. Frank L. Baum was on point. You know, he knew exactly what he was writing. You know, so if you're like, wait, there seems to be a big trans metaphor in there. Oh, you don't say. You know, of course there is.
Like, wait, why is the road made of gold and her shoes are made of silver? I have no idea. Couldn't be because this gold standard's bullshit.
Yeah, no, he was awesome. You know, Franco Palm was awesome. his fucking, well, the other thing that I think is so funny is when you really think about it, who is the wizard? It's him.
Yeah,
It's Franco Palm. Franco Palm's the wizard.
yeah. If you ever actually look at a photo of the man, he looks suspiciously like the illustration of the wizard in his
Yes,
original.
he does. Oh,
The kind of
but
lookalike that
yeah,
makes you go, wait a minute.
wait a minute there. You know. Yeah, he had a Ponce glasses, the big mustache, and look like a man of the times, But yeah, so yeah, it's if you're like, is there a transmitter for it? Yeah, they may not have used that word for it at the time, but like it is what he was talking about.
Yeah, the
Because he would have known a lot of people who came to LA because of that, because he grew up in he was there established during the establishment of film industry.
when and if honey, if you think movies is gay now, oh, if you think the movies are queer now, ooh, you should go
Yeah, how to
back.
put it? They started that haze. That like, I'm not saying they should have started the Hays Code. They shouldn't have. They robbed us. But like, they were wrong about movies being real gay.
Real gay,
There's a lot of that. Because that's what that's oh.
This is
That's
why
what queers give you fucking ingrates.
This is why the MPAA is bullshit, children.
Hell yeah. Like, come on. You're gonna. As I like to say, look, I'm sorry, but you're telling me the gay musicals are wrong. And that's just incorrect.
Gay
This
musicals
is 100% incorrect. Oh my God, they get you involved in like gender confusion. No, you're already gender confused. All of you.
You're just
cis and trans alike. You're all confused.
You just haven't noticed.
Yeah, you haven't noticed. Ironically, when you really think about it, trans people actually got a better fucking angle on that shit. It's just that we keep fucking with them.
Look,
I wonder why they get so weird about shit. Well, maybe it's because they live in a constant state of gaslighting. That'll fuck you up.
One of my favorite quotes, and it's absolutely true. Being queer is not hard. Straight people make being queer hard.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Do you think Ozma and Dorothy were in a relationship? That I'm not sure of. That I would have to reread the books and examine. I know that like the relationship between Ozma and Dorothy is there is a relationship there, but I don't know if it's like a romantic relationship. I always kind of assumed that it stood in for the performance persona versus the little girl from Kansas.
There's also
the gypsy Rose Lee versus who she was before.
There's also like a pseudo mentoring like aspect to that as well.
Yeah, because Ozma's wiser.
Yeah.
Oh
But
man, I should let you go. You look like you're fucking
I
dying.
mean, what time is it? Yeah, it's 4 a.m. over here.
Yeah.
Though I will say, anyone who's interested in the history of early queer cinema and where we got to by the late '90s, look up a documentary. It's called The Celluloid Closet. It's really good.
Yeah. What about Mom View and the Gnome King? Oh, that's capitalism.
Yes, yes, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah. That's straight up capitalism. That's what they are.
Are you telling me like Frank L. Baum was a socialist? Yes.
Yeah, he was. He was.
He was a
Jesus
card carrying
Christ. I think, yeah,
socialist.
wasn't fucking, I think Marx was still alive when he was born, actually.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Frank Obama was born in 1856.
Yeah, he was a card carrying member of the International Communist Party. He was. A
Yep.
great man.
Yeah, Gnome King's the ultimate capitalist because, like, what's his big thing? It's mine. I own it. I own the ground underneath from all eternity. It doesn't matter if he inherits the gems that were taken from the kingdom. They were mine, and therefore I am owed.
It doesn't matter if I didn't get them out.
Yeah, they still belong to me. That's capitalism at its core. That's American capitalism at its fucking core.
Privatization of resources and the accumulation and spread of the resources is the definition of capitalism.
Yep, it is the capital in capitalism. And what the bottom of the capital is, what the capital really means, what's really about, does kind of change with the era. But you've always got that property right thing propping it up. Like, the symbol of the capitalist could be oil in one generation, which it was. But now we've reached the end stage. Because I don't know where you go from this. And that is, people are the resource. Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, if you're going to
Uh-oh.
yeah, but that's always been true.
Yeah, welcome. Y'all slaves now.
Yeah, it's always
Capitalism now says, you're the slaves. That's why they get so mad when people don't just show up to work.
Yeah, why do you think we use the term wage slavery?
Yep.
Because
like, you think that getting a little money is different from getting no money.
It's like, well, hi, I have all this profit. How did you make profit? Well, I paid myself the full salary that I think I deserve. I put the necessary money back into the company that it needs, and then I gave you a small fraction of what was left instead of equally dividing it amongst all of you. So I have this hoard that's not doing anything, and that's called profit. I hate you.
Yeah. And of course, like, what's the big problem with profit? It's numbers on a spreadsheet. This is why they don't like wars being where they are. Because that will fuck that up. Big.
Oh yeah. Especially now since so many fiscal transactions go through with non-material things, like, how to put it, in a world of like debit, credit, and wire transfers, you need them spreadsheets, otherwise it don't mean shit.
Yeah, it don't mean shit. You can't even move the value around, you know. A little scary when you think about it, you know. That's why they freak out. That's why computer hackers freak them out so much. Because if they go in and they change that value, like that whole Rick and Morty thing about, I'm going to turn a 1 into a 0 and make this whole society collapse. That's what they're afraid of. That's why
Mhm.
computer hackers scare them, because they can make all that value literally disappear. Congratulations, you made it possible for someone to just absolutely destroy value.
Actually,
Wah, wah.
it's really funny.
What does Ozma represent? Oh, she's, the goddess, the queen, And she's a
She's
little
for
girl because from her, she's like the font of imagination, things like that.
and oh god, God, I hate capitalism so much. I'm such a
It's rough.
I'm
It's
such a
rough because like
I'm
it
such a
does
nerdy.
it does do one thing really well. It does do one thing really well, but it's not the thing people expect. It creates poverty,
Oh yeah, it's so good at
but
that.
it's really good at creating poverty, but it's also really good at helping prevent old style wars. Now, there are new style wars,
Those
don't get me wrong. But the old, like, it provided the world with a way to keep score. That's what international debt is. It created a way for you to go, okay, you lost, therefore you pay for it.
I have
That's
that
what
was something
national debt is.
that's something that scared the living shit out of me during the last presidency. Was I'm like, oh my god, he doesn't actually know what a deficit is. He doesn't know what trade debt is, and he doesn't know
No.
what a tariff is. Oh god, why do I understand? Okay,
Yeah, you
I
at least get the basic concept.
yeah, no, exactly. I am an instructor. I am a public educational instructor for neurodivergent and behaviorally affected young people.
Yeah.
Why do I know more about international finances than the guy who previously was the head executive officer in the country? That
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, it's a fine actually being the president. It is a fine balance that you have to have of how much are you going to pay off for everything. When like because okay, so what's a trade deficit? A trade deficit is literally one country shipped more than the other.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what it is. So like, oh my God, we have a trade deficit with China. Okay, they shipped more shit than we did. They shipped more shit to us than we shipped to them.
But don't we owe them that money? No.
No,
We don't.
No, that is national debt. And that is different. National debt is the amount of money you owe another country.
However, those hardly ever get called. Do you know why? Because we use them as checks and balance trading with each other to ensure that neither of us will step too far out of line. This is usually how this goes.
Yeah. It's one of those weird fucked up things about international trade, which is, oh my God, we need to pay it off. You can't.
No one can.
And
That's
you
the point.
shouldn't. And you shouldn't. Why? Because they can turn that into whatever resources they want. They can buy other shit with that. So that's why you're constantly negotiating how much you're going to pay off this fucking debt. Because that money doesn't just disappear. It goes to them. Wait, so if we, for example, paid off all our debt to China, they would just start building a nuclear arsenal.
One, yes,
Why
they,
wouldn't they?
no. One, absolutely, yes, they would. Two, it's like, oh, but what if China calls in our debt? They won't. Why? Because then we couldn't
Because
buy
they
any more.
can't go. Yeah, because that would upset the regular trade, and they can't just come over to our door and fucking demand it. They can't commit open warfare on us. That's why.
Because and then also that opens the door for us to call in their debt because they also have debt to us, and it would just
Yes.
start a reaction of mutually insured bullshit, and no one
Yeah,
in
yeah,
their
yeah. Yeah, it would upset basically the economy of the planet. Now, does it happen anywhere? Sure, that's what wars are for. But that's the other thing. That's what wars are for.
one, that's what wars are for. Two, when you have players as large as the as China and the United States, well, here's the thing. We can't afford to get into that bullshit. Why? Because it would directly affect both of us so goddamn much.
Yeah.
We're how to put it, like, our mutual debt is too big and our mutual economies are too big to call each other out on this.
Yes. Yeah, there's too much money involved. Other people owe us money. We owe other people money. This is, and everyone everyone will call in some of their chips, but nobody calls in all the chips because that would upset everything.
I think the stupidest thing I
You
remember the
can't
first
cash out.
I remember the first time I heard him ranting about like money in China. I remember the first time I really heard him fucking ranting about it. And Jack, I did a terrifying thing. I sat down and I listened to what he was saying, which was a horrible mistake. Because do you remember? Because I remember when he said, "And we're gonna make China pay the tariffs on the imports," and I'm like, "That's that's
That
not
is not how it works.
that's not what a tariff is. Imposing a tariff is okay. If I'm an American and I'm a merchant in America and I am buying overseas products from China to sell in my stores, a tariff is an extra tax that I will pay to the American government for carrying non American products. So, no, China does not pay that. We pay that because then that extra expense gets passed on to the consumer. So we pay
Right.
that.
We absolutely pay for it. And why?
Oh,
Now, a lot of people are like, well, wait, why can't you charge the person trying to import things? And here's the kicker: you can't do that in America.
no, you can't.
You can't. But you know who could do it? China. China can do that. But America can't, because those reins, the power that allows that to happen, has been given to the free market. It's been deregulated. So what lever are you going to pull? Now, China's got that lever. It can do that. But we can't.
And you might hear that and say, that sounds a bit stupid. It is.
It is kind of stupid. So basically, because you would be like, well, if we gave up that fucking power, doesn't that mean you can't do that? Yeah, it does. It does. You actually can't.
Did he
Because
still
all of
try?
a sudden, yeah, you can still try. You can still pretend that you did, but you can't actually do it because you can't. In the economy we have, part of the agreement is you cannot tell a corporation how much something must cost. But in a planned economy, you totally can.
Or how about through, because of that bullshit that he did with like tariffs and other stuff, like not understanding how tariffs work and all this other shit, he got half of the fucking BMW manufacturing plant in the United States fired because of his bullshit.
Yep.
Just like, oh my god, so dumb. He was so dumb. Such a dumb man. Surrounded by dumb people.
Hey, Count Bumula, good to meet you. Yeah, that's what when you deregulate, you can't do a widespread fucking move like that. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but you can't do it. It can't be done.
You want to hear a funny little thing about deregulation is that my grandfather, so I am like a third or fourth generation unionist, right? Like
Okay, yeah.
I've always been in a union. My father's always been in a union. My grandfather was always in a union. My great grandfather was always in a, that kind of shit. My grandfather, whenever Ronald Reagan came up even tangentially, this happened once. He was asleep in a chair. Someone made a joke about Reagan, and he literally just went, "Oh, let me tell you about that some bitch." He just shot up awake to say this, because specifically, my grandfather worked for PSE&G. He worked for the gas and electric company when it was a regulated state-run business. And he would shoot straight up like, "That son of a bitch deregulated everything, destroyed everything. Costs went through the roof. I'll tell you, they talk about cost of living. You look at that son of a bitch." I was just like, okay. I mean, he was right, but he would just shoot up out of nowhere just to say it. It was kind of funny.
Yeah. Although,
my grandfather.
Say this.
My grandfather.
I'm not saying the government fucking benefited from the. I'm not saying the government killed Jimmy Hoffa, but they sure reaped the reward.
The government has a lot of friends.
Yes, friends in low places.
Oh, okay. On that note,
all right, I'll let you go. Oh yeah, if you're union family, Reagan is a piece of shit. I mean,
oh yeah,
objectively
totally.
Kind of is, but especially.
Oh yeah, no, like my grandfather talked about Ronald Reagan the way most older Labour Party members in England talk about Margaret Thatcher.
Oof, yeah.
Yeah, he had nothing good to say. My great grandfather boycotted Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
FDR?
He did. Yeah, great grandfather boycotted FDR. Literally had a sign out in the yard. It made him very unpopular in the neighborhood about like, we need to get rid of FDR, because my great grandfather would sit there and go, "No man should be in power that long." And I was just like,
I'm still shocked that they went for the 2-term limit rather than the 3.
yeah, I mean, like 3 would probably be a bit better, especially considering modern politics the way it is. But what you gonna do?
Well, considering that like FDR was working on his 4th, right?
Yeah.
Holy hell. Anyway, yes. I'm gonna get going. It was good seeing y'all here. I want to particularly thank Flashman and Yishify for the generous donations. You guys are awesome. I am gonna. Oh, I miss the old horror block reviews too, but I think they stopped doing that shit.
They did. It's sad.
Yeah, I don't get horror toys every month.
Man.
Yeah, subscription boxes, that's a whole other discussion. Okay, so I'll talk to you guys later. Until then, Ave Satans, Disco Inferno. Remember, I love you all very much. Thank you for fucking coming. And don't forget, wash your ass.
Hail Satan, everybody.
Hail Satan, everyone.